Hello, hello, hello. I am obviously in a new streamer setup. This is a different room. We're basically expanding, so I'm speaking, excuse me, to the people in the future who should be watching this stream now. But just to kind of share, I was in an office across the way. If it's a little echoey, I'm sorry. This is a smaller room, or excuse me, this is a larger room, and I don't have all the audio panels. But we're actually going to be building a studio in here, just to share some exciting things that are going on with me. Basically, this room. We're going to paint. We're going to get some better lighting. We are going to add in some studio things for a show that I'm going to be doing weekly with Brianna, which is very exciting for me because Brianna Wu is, you can hate her, but she is a competent, intelligent person who is politically savvy and actually pretty hooked into actual politics, like fundraising and working with, political national committees and PACs and all that kind of stuff. So as a result, her and I, once weekly, we're going to review actual news. We're going to review internet drama related to the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, and then we're going to shit talk each other for the better part of a few hours. And then we are going to have a guest on, and then we're going to talk to them. So that is in the future. As a matter of fact, our original show, our launch show, we are trying to get the we are trying to get the studio set up for the upcoming Republican debates. So Lord knows I hope Trump is there. Lord knows I want to find out what happens in Fulton County, Georgia. Lord knows all that kind of stuff. But the truth is, electoral stuff has its place. And I think that electoral stuff can be exciting, but for the most part, it is relatively drier, I guess, versus talking about the personalities and the fights between people. So, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to check out some of the content related to Vaush versus Anna Kasparian. I can already see. Normally, we're at so I'm at like 15 on YouTube, which is normal for us. We normally get around like 50 to 75 people. And then on Twitch, it went from like 0 to 15 to 0. So I don't know if we got botted or if they were drama frogs who jumped in and jumped out. But either way, we're going to have a good time. We'll start doing some debate review real quick. We're going to do some administration first and just check in with chat. Astronaut Farmer, good to see you. Yeah, so no, I'm excited to see you again. Are you in BC again? Are you up in Canada? I always forget. There's like Lucifer the Doberman, and then there's Astronaut Farmer, and sometimes they tag me on Twitter and they show me beautiful pictures of where they're from, and I always forget who's the Canadian. So sorry if that's offensive to whoever's not Canadian. Hello, How are you today? Good, RC. I'm a little bit tongue tied, but I'm working on it. I'm getting some caffeine. Unexpected but base Saturday stream. Yeah, Christian Valera. So part of the reason why we've been maybe a little bit lackluster on streams is because we are revving up. So we're going to be finishing the studio. We're going to be doing Warhammer content, obviously, on a semi-frequent basis. We're going to be continuing on with the channel trajectories as they currently are. We're about to break 50K. We got a million views last month. It's a good time to be a Counterpoints 40K fan, but we need to start. We need to start up focusing on the politics because that is kind of how we started. And Astronaut Farmer says I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Interesting. Glenn Jenkins, you still keeping any 40K content? Of course, of course. If you're still here, Glenn Jenkins, I'm actually thinking about transitioning the channel over to Counterpoints Coliseum because that is like where I post the VODs of streams. And I am thinking, especially when we go full time, of streaming politics stuff on the politics channel and then streaming, 40K stuff on the 40K channel. Now, with the 40K stuff, there's really only two streams that I would do. I would probably do maybe live battle reports, but I don't know if we can get the sound quality that we're looking for. And also, like, the density of content that we're looking for. Like, I noticed that when you stream, there's a lot of pauses. Like, it's cool. It's cool to hang out, and I love donos, but I want to make sure that the content that I'm actually delivering is quality. So we might just go the Winter's SEO route where, I pre-record a battle report, clip it up, get all the weird breathing sounds and pauses and ums and ahs and all that kind of stuff out of there, and then cut that up and then post it as if it was a live stream, but actually not have it be a live stream, pretty much. So that's one of the live streams I would do. And then the other one would be like a news roundup where we just get we check out, obviously Spiky Bits is a clickbait site, but we could check out, Spiky Bits, Warhammer community. We could check out, whatever's going on Warhammer TV just from like an overview conversational standpoint, interact with chat, all that kind of stuff. So that could be fun. And Weld QC John, good evening. Good to see you. Good to see familiar faces and names. Christian Valeris, are you hoping that Trump is indicted before the election? I fundamentally hope more conservatives follow the Federalist Society. I don't know. Is the Federalist Society going against Trump? I'm actually really curious to see how it breaks out. So, I'm excited for him to turn himself into Fulton for them to pick a date and then figure out whether or not they're going to be doing it after the election or before the election. I'm also excited to see how it impacts like general electoral politics. So, should be exciting. Have you thought about doing a Warhammer tabletop stream? Your lore videos are great, by the way. Yeah, thank you, Bizarro. And yes, we were just talking about that. The only problem is I don't want to say like and ah and have those weird pauses. And also, sometimes when you're walking around and you're talking a whole bunch, you breathe into the mic. You're like, and I do have a filter on my current mic where you don't get my breathing and mouth sounds as much, and I don't think I can do that on a live stream. And I don't want to punish my listeners with my heavy breathing because I'm older and not as in shape as I want to be. So yes, but we need to figure out the tech stuff in order to make sure that it's actually quality content. So yeah. But I realize that there's 30 people on YouTube and a few people on Twitch who are here for drama. So let's get into the drama. They wrote an op-ed saying the Constitution bars Trump from running for office due to the insurrection clause. That is indeed interesting. I wonder how that's going to play out. I mean, that's of course going to further infuriate his base, but they're already pissed off anyway, so does it matter? I don't know. But enough about actual impactful politics. What are we here to talk about? People getting elected and seizing power? No. We're here to get a couple of personalities who kind of dislike each other, who used to like each other, fight. That's what we're here to watch. As Eleanor Roosevelt said, great minds talk about, it was like small minds talk about people, average minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas. So we're just going to go straight to the bottom of the pile and talk about people and events instead of ideas. But hopefully we can nest some ideas in our conversation about people and events. So let's get into the corner camera. Let's fix my properties. Sorry for that. What is your problem? Display capture. Go to the other one. No? No? Are you serious? Come on, this is embarrassing. Discard. Oh, but I can't edit it without being on it. Okay, you're just gonna have to deal with this. This is part of the problem with being in a different room. Oh god. All right. Display capture, properties, automatic. Do I need to delete these? There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Let's make sure the desktop audio is working. All right, we got that. Let's get my corner camera. That is working. And my audio input is working. So I think we're good. If we need to dial in the audio, please tell me via chat. And what we're going to do is we're going to not watch this video. I just want to discuss this real quick. So Chud Logic had a drama review. I think that if you want to do comprehensive Twitch and YouTube political drama breakdowns, then the best place to go is Chud Logic. And I get that he is a vicious asshole. And I understand that. I understand that he's mean, he's cruel, he's rude. He doubts the stories of sexual assault victims. He playfully uses ableist terms, etc., etc. I understand why tender-footed softy, leftoids and progressives and liberals would not want to fuck with Chud Logic. But I fuck with Chud Logic. And I think it's because he's fantastic, because I want somebody to call all the people in the Twitch and YouTube political space retarded. I need that in my life. I need somebody to watch the same cringe content that I watch and then call everybody in the story retarded. So since he does that in a very aggressive and funny way with a Brit Bonger accent, he's the primary way that I consume drama. And, his breakdown of this piece right here, I went on the Young Turks talking with Anna Kasparian, is that Vaush put out a beautiful tweet, a base tweet, a tweet that he is not always known for, but in this case he was. And that base tweet had to do with the fact that progressives can oftentimes be repellent to the communities that they wish to serve, including men. And it seems like there is a small but vocal group in the progressive and left-wing movement who actually just hate straight white men. They're actually just misandrist towards straight white men. They don't care about high suicide rates. They don't care about male disposability. They don't care about the draft. They don't care about working disproportionately dangerous jobs. They don't care about loneliness. They don't care about, incels. They don't care about volcels. They don't care about any of the problems facing modern men. And if anything, they actually want them to, kind of fuck off and die, as was demonstrated in a recent Chew on Head video, and as, Vaush did recently, or demonstrated on Twitter when he tweeted there was a bunch of psychos basically telling men to go kill themselves. So, Anna Kasparian, known... I'm not going to be sarcastic. I'm actually going to be... at first, I'm not going to be sarcastic. So let's not be sarcastic up front. Anna Kasparian has been a progressive for a decade. She has been a old school progressive pundit mainstay for the past 10 or 15 years. She's been on the alternative news media show, The Young Turks. She's a relatively pretty gal. I think she's Armenian. She started the show with Cenk, and she's just been doing progressive punditry for a while. The Young Turks helped fund the Justice Democrats, which is a progressive PAC that helps get more lefty Democrats elected. So you would think that was good. You would also think that fundraising for Democrats in general is good. You think generally supporting Democrats would be good. And so as a result, she has a lot of bona fides and a lot of credentials that should give her a decent amount of latitude. So she and Cenk technically have more clout than Vaush. And as a result, they see the base tweet about how lefties don't care about young men, and they invite Vaush onto the program. Thank you, Major Risen, for becoming a member. And also, Gnome Todd just became a sponsor. Thank you. Thank you for the donos. And obviously, money is welcome. I do love money. So thank you kindly to the donos. Major Risen and Gnome Todd, thank you kindly. Or Froggy Style, if that's Froggy Style doing his, whenever I go live, he gives us 5 to 10 memberships. Thank you kindly, Froggy Style, if you're out there somewhere. But anyways. I don't know how to mute donations. I asked Taze about it. He told me to go fuck myself, so you're just going to have to deal with that. So, getting back into this, though. So Anna Kasparian has a bunch of bona fides, invites Vaush onto the program. It's very nice. They're very kind to each other. As a matter of fact, let's just watch the intro in order to see, just kind of the amount of camaraderie that they have real quick.
Welcome back to TYT, everyone. I'm Anna Kasparian, and we are about to have a fantastic interview about an issue that I've been trying to think about more, grapple with more, and it has to do with the crisis among young men, specifically in America. So let's talk about it. Recently, there were some statistics by healthcare company Cigna indicating that men are the loneliest generation. In fact, 18 to 24-year-olds are lacking friends, intimate partners. They're feeling increasingly alienated from society. And when you look at statistics in regard to their education, whether or not they're working, more and more of this data reinforces that there is something awry. And addressing it doesn't mean that you turn your back on issues pertaining to women, but it does mean that we should be focused on what it is in society that is leading to this epidemic, what the left can do to offer solutions, and how we can basically fight back against the more nefarious figures who have filled the void that men are struggling with, people like Jordan Peterson and what have you. Now, recently, Vaush, who's a popular streamer.
Okay. So if we can pause right there, the insanity of that statement, like I am so excited for Anna Kasparian to go on a Nazi arc, for her to become a conservative, for her to become a magatard. I'm very excited for all of this. However, just to prove that she's actually none of those things and she's actually a progressive, what did she just say? She said more nefarious members like Jordan Peterson. And by the way, so Andrew Tate, I actually think is a scumbag. I think there's a high probability that he invited a bunch of young women to Romania and then pretended to get them to fall in love with him, and then basically leveraged them into doing webcam business, and as a result, selling their nude pictures to men online. I think he then got men and women to pretend to be those women on social media profiles in order to fleece and defraud lonely men out of thousands of dollars in order to make Andrew Tate rich. So I think that he has said that openly. I think he has offered to train other people to do that. I think that he has talked about his perceptions on women and how if they get out of line, then he'll put them in their place, both verbally and physically, if need be. One of the women who's indicted currently in Romania allegedly engaged in acts of physical violence in order to keep the women in line, and also just general psychological tactics associated with sex trafficking. So I actually view Andrew Tate as pretty negative and overall just not a good dude. Whereas with Jordan Peterson, I wish he would eat a vegetable, but because I'm not gonna lie, the past couple of years have been rough. I wish that he would kind of, come out of his schizo, Jungian doing mushrooms and staring at the tea leaves hole. And I wish he would come engage with normal people a little bit more, at least from the way that I see that he interacts with Twitter. But you know what? This is like talking. I've said this before. I'll say it again. This is kind of like talking to like a mage or a wizard or a shaman. Like you expect him to be able to interpret your dreams so you can live your life better, but you don't expect him to be able to do taxes basically. So just because he can have very insightful things to say about the spiritual doesn't mean that he's going to have insightful things to say about everything. And I think he's most powerful when he's talking about psychology and when he's talking about men and when he's talking about how to get your shit together. And Astronaut Farmer says, watch a recent Jordan Peterson podcast. He's very chill. Honestly, you know what? I probably just need to not interact with his Twitter and I need to interact with his long form content. That's probably a good point. So we can do that. But I also don't just want to sit here and just agree with the man all the time. All of this long rant to just point out that Anna is calling Jordan Peterson nefarious. The person who's been married to his same wife for 50 years, the person who encourages men to get this shit together, the man who says, clean up your own room, wash your penis, organize your shit before you try to take on all the burdens of the world. The man who largely repopularized Campbell and Young in order to get people to reconsider religion and, myth in order to integrate moral lessons into their lives. And I'm trying to think of another powerful thing he did. Oh, and the person who translated, roughly speaking, biblical lessons into a modern context in a way that modern people could use it. And I love all of his biblical series. I love it. Hearshot says JP has been restored to 2018 JP. I'm going to take that on faith and I'm going to check it out. Because honestly, if he has been restored, then I would be a huge fan. As a matter of fact, like people joke about, like, because I'm running the 40K channel, they joke about me being the God Emperor. Like, actually, if we want to make Jordan Peterson like our symbolic channel God Emperor because he's, like dead and cadaverous and fallen, but we're hoping for a kind of like a rebirth of Jordan Peterson and we're fighting the good fight and we're raging against the dying of the light, I'm actually, I'm okay with that. As a matter of fact, I think there's probably already existing art of Jordan Peterson as a religious figure. So all we need to do is incorporate channel art into that. I'm good with that. And if we make a dead version of him for the Emperor, then we should be okay. So I'm just going to scroll up because I know there were people commenting before we get back into the content. Sargura says, Chet feels like a regular normal dude with regular normal dude takes, but in online world, he's somehow abnormal and spicy. That's relatively true, but he does use the C word almost as much as I do. I haven't read the Georgia indictment, but it's interesting the prosecutor is attempting to use RICO statutes against Trump and many of his officials, which is interesting. Racketeering, I used to associate that with the mob, and I think it has been associated with the mob, but it's basically coordinated fraudulent business practices. So it's actually not anything that crazy. Doomslayer, the Doomslayer, honored to have you in chat. I hope you're busy purging demons on our behalf, keeping us safe and saving us from the demons. May the God Emperor guide us. True, JTAC. Thank you. If we are going over this, we can at least watch Vaush's comments regarding the online trans community. Yes, very based. Let's do it. All right, let's continue. But I think you can see that Anna Kasparian is a progressive. Took me 5 minutes to say it, but I said it.
Had tweeted this thread that I think is really, really important to address. He writes, I cannot stress enough how important it is to understand that 12-year-old white boys on Twitch are not being pulled into fascism because of some Machiavellian desire to preserve and expand their privileges. It's because the right talks to them and the left doesn't. He continues to argue that leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people, and they get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their social spaces with people who might have gone another way. But the criticism for leftists continue. And to be honest, I agree with a lot of what Vaush says here. He says leftists will write master's theses on the effect of socioeconomic conditions on crime and then shrug when 10 million more young men fall into fascism because their boy brains must just be innately fascist and they choose to be evil. And there's no way this could have been prevented. And then the final tweet, because I want to make sure you guys get a full look at what he's thinking here. This is always a good topic to feel smug over because the replies and quote tweets are saturated with people who literally think, quote, we should care about men's problems and offer them advice is a dog whistle for we should build a Fourth Reich, thus proving the problem. Now, joining us today to talk about this is the man behind the Twitter thread, Vaush. And I want to thank you, Vaush, for taking some time to talk to us about this today.
Oh, it's an absolute delight. Don't mind the cam, by the way. Like young men, my camera encoder is alienated, just in this case from Skype. It's a pleasure to talk with you about this.
So this is something that I've been thinking about a lot because I've been just noticing it in the community around me, you know, just like the loneliness and how atomized men are. And I don't see it as, you know, addressing it isn't, in my opinion, a right-wing perspective or a right-wing task. I think that there are issues that the left would do a far better job in addressing as opposed to more nefarious right-wing figures like, let's say, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. So before we get to all of that, what the potential solution...
Does that not hurt you spiritually? It hurts me spiritually, like physically, when she's like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson, like lumping them into the same thing. And I get like Andrew Tate dated Jordan Peterson's daughter, but still, man, like he's called him like a Jordan Peterson's called Andrew Tate like a pimp shitbag on Twitter. So I mean, kill me. Oh yeah, Christian players. Oh God, I might die of this amount of passive aggression. Yeah, well, you know, the interesting thing is they're on collaborative terms right now, so they're faults all for destroy all things woke. Yeah, maybe. We'll work on it. Okay, we got to dial it in. But anyways, point being, she thinks the left can answer it better. And you know what? I'm perfectly okay with the left having no answers for men because I don't want all of y'all in my chat to become a bunch of left-wing cucks. I don't want you to decide that you need to let other men sleep with your wife. I don't want you to decide that decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production is the only way economically forward in order to create a just world. I also don't want you to think that we should live in a Star Trek moneyless, stateless, classless society. I would rather that we create a Starship Troopers space authoritarian centrist enlightened kingdom of the stars where we conquer everything and, you know, maybe we have some diplomacy with aliens if we need to, but ultimately we're going to conquer the stars. That's our birthright. So anyways, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm not hoping for gay luxury space communism, but let's continue. And non-stardom says, Counterpoints, I remember you. Good. I remember you. I don't, but hello. JP has his realm of expertise that can actually contribute to the world, but when he talks politics, it goes off the rails. Tate is just a useless, evil parasite. I relatively agree with your assessment. I would eat a bullet before I become a leftist, better dead than red. Thank you. You are the fan I need. Am I doing my part? I am indeed. We're working on doing our part. Oh, no. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to try not to get one guide, but I do need to be quick about this. So Dennis Gorman says, are you aware that Starship Troopers is a satire of fascism? The movie is. The book is not. I've read the book. And Robert Heinlein, as far as I can tell, is a relatively militaristic fella. And he's not making fun of militarism. He is envisioning a private libertarian society where people trade goods and services, et cetera, et cetera. The government taxes a little bit, but they don't do a lot. And then he's imagining a high technology, all volunteer military in like a service as the ultimate sacrifice in order to gain citizenship, in which you are saying, I am willing to sacrifice myself for the public good. And then once you demonstrate that you are willing to make that sacrifice, even if you don't make that sacrifice, then at that point you have bartered with the public community in order to guard its interest. That's, the book as I understand it. So Dennis Gurman, I'm not gonna try to get one guide. I'll make a new video about like what is fascism, but it's not political corporatism or flexible authoritarianism. So it's no, it's not fascism, but we would have to do a whole different video segment than the one that we're currently doing. Non-Stardom says, oh, is there another chat? Yes, but stay in Twitch chat and please be the one commenter I have. But also jump into YouTube chat, and there's an active YouTube chat as well. There's also, we're live on Arium right now. So ariuum.com, ariuum.com. And I would actually appreciate it if some of y'all type that into chat and tried the website out. And you can even just like click on my show on there and then mute it. And but what we actually want to do, Christian Valerius, Weld QC John, Astronaut Farmer, all my regulars. If you want to go to arium.com for me and just check out the chat and all that kind of stuff, I would be appreciative, just because we're trying to crash the system as much as possible and stress it as much as possible, because I'm helping a gentleman develop a platform. Anyways, let's move on. Gnarly Bonesful, beautiful, happy to have you.
Could be. Talk to me about what you see, what you think the problem is right now with young men feeling alienated in the United States.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to something leftists tend to be more comfortable talking about, which is toxic masculinity. Male loneliness is often an emergent property of toxic masculinity, which is, by the way, nobody likes this term, right? The right gets really upset when you say toxic masculinity because it sounds like you're upset with masculinity in general, and it's a really vague term. So let's just say, I think a lot of guys can be kind of antisocial because they're taught that sort of independence is a masculine virtue. They're taught that, there's value in keeping your feelings bottled up. Now, obviously, it's pretty harmful. It makes people feel kind of lonely. It makes them bad at reaching out to others, connecting, sharing their interests, building friendships. I think it's one of the reasons why guys tend to view dating as sort of adversarial, because they don't think of like a woman as like, oh, well, maybe we'll just get along on some shared interests. Maybe we'll have something in common. They think of it as this like a mating battle, which, I don't think it has to be. And as a product of that, a lot of guys feel like they have no social inroads and they're kind of drifting through life without connections to people. It really sucks. And the left could, use that as an opportunity to maybe improve some people's lives, introduce them to some other ideas.
Okay. I don't agree with this assessment, and if this is only 20 minutes, we'll actually be able to make this through the segment, and I won't talk for 10 hours at a time. I think that toxic... Oh, on Arium. Okay, I'll check. Thank you, Non-Stardom, for checking that out. So, how many beers have you been drinking? None. So, I think he's right and wrong in a way. I think that there is toxic masculinity, which, like you mentioned, it's like a double-edged sword, but I think masculinity itself is a double-edged sword. And on top of that, I think we've gotten away from things that would be considered toxic, but are still good for you. And what I mean by that is getting together with the boys for Halo 3 and Halo Combat Evolved on a LAN party and screaming and cussing and using slurs and kicking each other's ass in a competitive digital setting. Or doing that on a Saturday, finding some local boys, going bowling or frisbee golf or smoking pot and going for a run or a trek or a mountain or whatever. And I do think that what we need to do, because the world has become increasingly digital, we're all very busy, we're all working our asses off in order to pay our bills. What we have to do is we have to hybridize digital reality with our lives. So it's not we have a real life and we have a digital life. We have to have a digital life that enhances our real life. And what I'm hoping to do, although obviously I've been very bad at it, but that's just because I have 10,000 different demands on my time. What I want to do is eventually build out the Discord so we're regionalized, so people know who's in each other's states and cities and all that kind of stuff, so we can do public get-togethers and all that kind of stuff so the boys can all hang out. And whether that's just like video games on a weekly basis, or whether or not that's actual like IRL meetups so people who are into politics or Warhammer 40K can get together, then, that's what I want to do. Let me check Arium real quick. Because somebody says I'm down, but I'll play the stream while I'm checking shit out.
So just full disclosure, when the statistics first started coming out and they focused primarily on the lack of intimate partners, to be fair and completely honest with the audience, I was definitely more dismissive. But then when you see the other statistics, including the lack of friends, workforce participation for prime working age men between the ages of 25 and 55 has actually decreased significantly, and specifically in the United States. And so, there have been some arguments that, it's the advancement of technology, it's because of video games. Well, all of these technologies exist in other countries, and they're not experiencing the same decline in workforce participation. In fact, to give you a specific number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, about 7 million prime working age men are not working and they're not looking for work. They're also self-medicating quite a bit. A huge portion of them have reported that they're taking painkillers daily. Deaths of despair are very prominent and pronounced among the male population versus the female population. These are huge issues.
Oh, boys, what are we doing? Did we quit society? Bizarro. Halo Reach is pretty good game back in the day on 360 with the lads. Well, RC, you should join the Discord. I think it's down in the description. We used to and probably will do a weekly Space Marine 2 game when it comes out for multiplayer. And then we used to do Halo Master Chief Collection, and we used to have like 8-10 people show up on a weekly basis. I got busy with the kid, I got busy with work, I got busy with everything else, but honestly, I'd love to start that shit back up as soon as possible. Yeah, so Xroxfest says exactly, steals my thoughts out of my brain. No matter what you think of religions, I think it's the most effective thing we've had to bring people together actively meeting. I agree with you. I kind of wonder sometimes, like, obviously there's some cringe attempts at like secular churches or whatever, but I wonder if we need to do that. Like, I wonder if we need to create like almost like a secular religion where, or just, I don't know, a religion that isn't literalist. Because I'm not a literalist. If you're Christian and you're going to church, God bless you. I hope you're doing well. And I hope your family's doing well. And I hope you have good community and all that kind of stuff. But for those of us who don't have faith for whatever reason, I'm wondering if it would be of value to communities to say, hey, doesn't matter what your denomination is, doesn't matter what your belief system is, come to this place, on a late Saturday morning, early Saturday afternoon. We're going to have coffee and donuts. We're going to hang out, drink, coffee and bullshit with each other. And it's literally just a community hangout. Maybe we sit down for like a half hour to an hour and we talk about some kind of like moral, philosophical thing, spiritual thing in order to root us into our own lives. And then you can meet local people and have a good time. And I mean, honestly, that would be kind of great because it wouldn't be like the alcoholic bullshit of the nightlife. So that would be an interesting thing to do. Zach LeBlanc says, society quit us. That's sad. I hope we can fix that. Oh, RC, you've been in there for ages. Okay, well, then we just need to get game night going again. I actually go to an LDS church, even though I'm an atheist. I just go for that. Like, I don't think you need to believe in the stuff to go. I'm with you there. I'm happy you're doing that. That's probably good for you. Touching grass and talking to normies. Me and Sean get along well with the 40K talk. He's nice. Great. The religion of lifting. True. We do need to lift. Yes. Oh, man. What if we did a Sunday gym day with the boys, and after that we got coffee and donuts and bullshit for an hour? That'd be great. Sargeras says, have you been to Mass? Why would you torture yourself with that? I've been to Mass. I was at Mass for almost a decade, so yeah, it was kind of rough. Nice. Dr. says, yes, I want to go to Mass. It's spooky. True. All right. Let's keep pushing with the content. I'm going to try to fix Arium still.
In fact, the Bureau of Labor Statistics also noted that when it comes to unemployment among working age men, we have a 1937 economy. Okay. And again, this is not happening in other rich developed countries, right? So there is a crisis happening, and I'm trying to figure out what is it exactly, right? The right wing will say, oh, it's feminism. It's because women don't want to stay at home and raise kids. They want to be independent. They don't want to enter, romantic partnerships, blah, blah, blah. I don't buy that for a second. I do agree that some of the...
Okay, so I'm going to disagree with Anna here, not because I'm trying to be mean, but because I think that you can't deny that it's a factor. So if women are going to if they're going to join the workforce, okay, so let's just talk about it real quick. Let's just think about a timeline, right? I would say pre-industrial society, most people were getting married and having kids by their late teens, working the farm, all that kind of stuff. If you didn't die from malaria or childbirth or whatever, actually, if you didn't die in childbirth, like if you didn't die as a baby, you'd probably be fine. But, like a random disease could take you out, a random farm accident could take you out, or a child dying in childbirth was relatively common. But if childbirth didn't kill you as a woman, then you were having kids by your early 20s, and then you were probably helping out with the household, either working a job yourself in like a textile mill or helping out on the farm or helping take care of the kids or helping out at the school or whatever. So you could still participate in society in a way that like impacted the economy, absolutely, but you weren't going to a 9 to 5 office or work from home, right? And so now we basically told women since the 60s, I would say, that you should not define yourself through motherhood. You should not define yourself through the children you raise. You should not define yourself through these traditional female archetypes. You should be an independent woman. You shouldn't need men for money. You shouldn't need men for stability or income or any kind of that kind of shit. So, at minimum, for most women, because women tend to do better in school now, they do better in school. They get a 2 year or 4 year degree. You're now pushing it. You're now basically a 22-year-old woman. And if you want to be taken seriously, then you actually have to get a decent chunk of work under your belt. You can't be popping out kids immediately as soon as you join the workforce if you want to get a career, if you want to get promoted and all that kind of stuff. So you're putting 5 to 10 years of work into a megacorp, and then you decide at that point whether or not you're going to have kids. So you've effectively delayed the biological process of reproduction by a decade in order to fulfill a social expectation that has changed in the past 50 to 70 years. And then if you choose to participate in the actual like procreative process, then you're at that point fucking over your career. And it's weird to say, like, I mean, I think even somebody's pointing out in chat, Anna doesn't have kids. I think that's part of the reason why she really hated the birthing person shit. So she sees her value in her work. She doesn't see her value in her kids. So you can't tell me that's not affecting it if 30 or 40 years ago, like I would love to ask Anna's mom, how many kids do you have? And if Anna's mom says 4 and Anna has 0, then obviously this, feminism has altered the reproductive cycle. MGTOW is a thing for a reason. I mean, true, but I mean, at the same time, you should want to get laid and have kids if possible. Like if you don't have a dick or balls, or you're shooting blanks, or you can't find a gal willing to touch your peen, then yeah, of course, go your own way, have your hobbies, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I think people who fail to reproduce, who want to reproduce, that is tragic to me. I actually have a baby back here who's sleeping. And when he starts crying, I'm going to have to get him a bottle. He's probably going to interrupt us at some point tonight, but I'll try to knock him back out. Money and Macro put out a really good video on this. Good. How the Western world can save itself, but from a left perspective, from a trained economist. Interesting. We should check it out. Has Vaush said anything about men's issues? I feel like he has, but maybe he has avoided this topic given how close the destiny is to it. We'll see. Because I mean, we got 15 minutes left. Let's see what the communist solutions to men's issues are.
Rhetoric is a problem, statements about toxic masculinity, a lot of generalizing about people. I also think that there's a misconception that this is an issue that predominantly impacts white males, but that's actually not the case. The largest population that this impacts is actually Black men in America. And so this is a huge problem. And what do you think we need to say?
All right. The reason why I giggled, I want to keep playing. I don't want to pause Andy every 20 seconds. But the reason why I'm laughing is because obviously Black gentlemen, they have like a 5% less workforce participation rate. That was before, that was before all this bullshit. So if men as a whole took a 5% labor force participation rate hit and Black men took another 5%, then I would say it's because the working class got fucked over the hardest during COVID. That's what I would say. I would say they lost their jobs. They figured out how to get food without working, and they continued working.
Or frame, or how can we frame this issue so it's more palatable to the left, who, generally do want to ensure that every community is looked after, that everyone feels that, they're living a happy, prosperous life.
It's a tough sell. People feel these issues in their gut. When we talk about the kinds of things that drive people out to vote or even to throw revolutions, we're usually talking about very basic gut-level problems that political analysis gets added to, For a long time in this country and many others, anti-immigration sentiment has been built on the anxiety of working-class people who feel their jobs are threatened by immigrants. Often the data doesn't bear that out, but it's their fear that's used as a catalyst to push those politics. The anxiety, the loneliness of young men, this has historically been used as catalysts for Well, I mean, basically everything from the Bolsheviks in Russia to the brown shirts in Germany. It's just a large and often unaddressed demographic. This isn't a competition thing. We're not talking about giving up on feminist analysis or saying it's like, oh, well, actually, men have it worse than women. Or it's not about that. It's just you want to reach out to people where they are. And
Mhm.
to start that process, with a lot of young guys, I think it would help if lefties were willing to acknowledge this sort of natural conclusion of toxic masculinity as like a mode of social analysis, which is if men are socialized in certain ways and treated in certain ways socially, it necessarily follows they must have specific problems. And if those problems are the product of social systems that are out of their control, I don't know why we wouldn't apply the same basic sociological lens of analysis to that as we would with literally anything else. Patriarchy, racism, transphobia, no individual has control over these systems. And we try to interweave analysis with our compassion for and respect for the individual problems people have. We do this all the time with other issues. And to an extent, we do it with men. But I feel like we lean off that a little bit, maybe because men's rights as like a sort of a nominative thing, like how it's referred to, usually
Mhm.
refers to misogynist or incel communities online. So it's like, oh, well, men's rights, you actually mean like this or that. Well, leaving aside the baggage, right? You can call it what you want, men's advocacy, whatever, just common decency. It's still worth pursuing.
Yeah, I think the phrasing men's rights activists, it does unfortunately make one recall some of the most unsavory individuals imaginable, right? Some who think that rape should be legalized. So I don't like thinking about that group when it comes to this particular issue.
They're right. It should be called men's advocacy. I agree with that. Just because MRAs and MGTOW and all that kind of stuff, I appreciate. I might have some people from those communities down in my chat. However, I think that stuff is more about like men being treated equally when it comes to parental after divorce, and it has to do with men deciding that women are no longer worth it because they're just going to suck you dry from a transactional relationship standpoint, and they're going to walk away with half your shit. So what's even the point? Fuck it. Might as well get a vasectomy, focus on making money, and focus on making yourself happy, and maybe have sex with chicks on the side. That's like, that's what I think of when I think of like MGTOW or MRA or whatever. So I think just saying like men's general advocacy is okay. But you know what men don't like respond to, or at least I didn't as a man. I'm just speaking for myself, I guess. Being treated like a like that's one of the things that didn't work on me at all. Because obviously, even if I was retarded in a lot of ways, I wasn't going to respond to be treated like a retard. I responded to people showing me how not to be a retard by telling me like, hey, this is where you're at. This is where you want to be. This is how you get there. That's an infinitely like better thing. And telling men, this is why I think like the leftist analysis is largely going to fail. Is they're like, oh well, you're not in control, and it's like, well, men want to be in control. You think telling them that they're not in control of their lives because they're the victims of a fucking system is the way to get men to get their shit together? Fuck no. You say that you are responsible. It doesn't matter what the world does. You have to get your shit together. This is how you get to shit together. Let me fucking show you how. So I think leftists are philosophically incapable of addressing men's issues, but we'll see. We'll see if they say anything else. Will QC John says I wasn't interested in having kids until my wife said she was pregnant. Fun, and they were responding to BJ. Yeah, BJ, just go take a risk, roll a dice, see if it's fun. I fucking love having kids. It's awesome. They're fun. They're little clones of me. They say funny things. They're weird. They eat food. They play video games. They run around the house making noises. They're great. I love it. Then Christian Blair says, the only thing I hope of this is Vaush ends his Fortress arc. As much as I despise his takes, he's gotten a lot worse. Steel sharpens steel and all that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's actually part of the reason why I wanted to do this segment, was just because I feel like he's fallen off a bit. He's gotten a little lazy with his commentary. Yuck, some MRAs have advocated for grape. True. But it was mostly in the context of like marriage, or how the threat of grape, got women back in line societally. I think that was mostly from Roosh V. He wrote a pickup artist website for a really long time. He was pretty popular. I didn't like him. I thought he was a douche forever. Is the cure to male loneliness conquering the Asian continent and establishing an empire? Indeed, Astronaut Farmer, it is. It is. I think a review point is a psychological low T catalyst. If you decide you want healthy T levels, you're toxic, right? Fight or flight, adrenaline, cortisol, estrogen. Yeah, like they don't. There's nothing to do with being a man that these people are addressing. It's like, oh, you're the victim of a system. It's like, all right, well, well, I guess I can't do anything about it, so I'll just sit here and get fucked over. Then it's fine. Oh man. All right, let's continue.
Because I don't think this is about male entitlement. I don't think this is about men feeling or fighting for a system in which men get to feel entitled to certain things in society, including, certain sexual acts, whatever it is. This is really about making sure that people don't feel lonely, feel that they have purpose in life. That's the other thing. An increasing number of young men feel like they have no purpose in life. And I think that it has to do with the fact that for the longest time, they were conditioned to believe that they are supposed to be the breadwinner in a family. And when they are lacking this educational attainment necessary to get the kind of career that makes the kind of money that makes them feel like the breadwinner, well, then it makes them feel like they're not really worth anything. I see a lot of that going on as well. When you look at the number of college educated men, that has declined significantly. And so some of the solutions that I've heard from people who do take this seriously on the left is that, hey, there's a lack of male role models in, the public education system. There's a huge disparity between female and male educators in the public school system. Curious what you think about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I do think it's unfortunate that we consider education such like a feminized profession. Not because there's anything wrong with female teachers or whatever, but obviously people take a lot from their education, and any significant disparity in representation is going to reflect some kind of social value. So, I mean, we can see the need for this.
What's with all the random people on the screen? I think these are producers. She just put up the 8-minute mark, and this is a 20-minute segment, and we're about to hit 12 minutes. So I think this is a producer, and then this is Vaush and Anna. So these are back-end people who do like the overlays and change screens and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing that they said here that's incorrect. I think that when you look at nursing, when you look at the medical field, and by the way, like nursing's fucking hardcore, man. And there are some, I love my wife dearly, but there were some hardcore, interesting, very cool, professional young women who I met who were nurses when I was in law enforcement. And the reason why I say that is because they were helping me wrestle drug addicts down to, the emergency room table so we could knock them out with drugs. And, so what I would advocate if I was a young man looking into what educational field I should go into in order to make sure that I met my significant other, I would become a teacher, because I literally think it's like an 8-to-1 ratio, men to women. And there's young, professional, educated women who are probably looking for a husband. You can tell that because they keep diddling kids. So, you could save an attractive teacher from diddling a 14-year-old by getting in there and giving her a healthy option for a partner and spouse. So if you're college educated, if you have a 2-year or 4-year degree, consider going into education. It's not going to pay a lot, but you'll have summers off. You can do side hustles, and you'll probably meet your wife. Same thing with nursing. Nursing, I know, has been typically associated with women because of the term nurse. It's a caring profession. But at the same time, go be an emergency room nurse or an OR nurse or something like that. Be a fucking physician's assistant. Those people are fucking hardcore. And the reason why they're hardcore is because they're dealing with the impacts of death and destruction every day. They're dealing with people who are dying or severely diseased, or they need to have their impacted bowels removed, or they need to have blood drawn, or they need to be strapped to tables while they're administered medicine and all that kind of shit. So if you want to go do hardcore shit and meet your wife, I think that you should go into nursing or education. So yeah. Bud123, I have a master's in physics, so I couldn't become a teacher in high school. I want to go for my PhD though, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, Bud123, especially if you have student loans, you should finish your education and get something that pays more. If you can go be a professor, they obviously make more. De qué país son pela? Yo no sé qué es pela. They need a sanitary solution. What, for disimpacting bowels? I think you just gotta take a suppository and you just gotta put on a gloved hand up to your elbow and you gotta jam it up their ass. I think that's what you have to do. I would either eat a bullet or turn into Walter White. True. It's entirely possible. But you could be a PE teacher. or a sociology teacher, or a psychology teacher, or a history teacher, or a physics teacher, or a chemistry teacher, which are all interesting subjects. And talking to young people about cool subjects is a cool way to spend your time. I would be a teacher in a heartbeat. I just swear too much. The education teachers receive nowadays isn't what it used to be, though. Teachers now are more like indoctrinators. Sinide 2020. I agree that it can be, but are we just going to give away the country because it's difficult? Are we just going to let progressives and liberals dominate education for the next 50 years and then wonder what the fuck happens? No. In the way that you fix that is by getting into the institutions yourself and then pushing back on them. And these people are all pussies and pushovers, so obviously they're going to send you to HR a few times, but make them fire you and tell them to fuck off. And if you're doing your job well, and if you're raising the next generation of intellectuals by teaching them interesting shit and you're not diddling anyone, then all the power to you. Get into those institutions, throw some elbows. They're just liberals. They're just progressives. Don't worry about it. Vaginas. All right, let's continue.
Reflected in the fact that two of the largest breakout conservative figures in the past 5 years, respectively Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate, both became powerful in exactly the same way. That is to say, they postured as like self-help gurus for young men who felt like they'd been failed by society and left no options to better themselves otherwise. Now, the prescriptions those two offer are garbage and completely irredeemable. I think Jordan Peterson said you should clean your room. You can do that, but apart from that, don't listen.
Okay, this is, sorry for pause, Andy, and it's my bad, but hopefully you're partially here to listen to me rant. Vaush, come on. Come on, man. KVP's been out there for a while. His biblical lectures have been out there for a while. You stream 3 to 4 times a week. You're telling me you can't fucking consume his more base content? You can't go against his steel man? You can't fucking review his shit that is actually interesting to say? Cleaning your room is not the only good thing he said. And as a matter of fact, it's very often misunderstood by leftoids because they just think that, like, oh yeah, obviously you should organize your fucking living space. No, you fucking idiots. It's about asserting your power with what's immediately around you and then practicing asserting power over and over and over again until you expand the realms of control to your maximum like potential possible. It's what it's about. So you start small and localized. This is actually like, if I was to talk to depressed leftists, this is what I would tell them is you want to control the whole world. You want to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production, and you want to do so through bloody revolution or 1,000-year reform. Meanwhile, you're a underemployed pothead who can't do shit, and you blame all of life's problems on capitalism. You're like, get a job, go be a nurse or a teacher, work, pay your bills, find your wife, have kids, and exercise the local control of your power, or go f yourself. Like that's why I don't take leftists seriously, is because they don't exercise their local control, their local power. Oh, jeez. I managed to expand my control to my neighborhood's house too. Based. I don't know if that means you murdered your neighbor, but whatever. Don't ask, don't tell, I guess.
But it shows what people are going for, right? And frankly, it doesn't take a lot of internet sleuthing to find out that a lot of people are feeling really listless these days. You have to give people identities and aspirations.
True.
I see a lot of this discussion with young women. One of the discourse bits that always comes up, it's how do you be a good feminist, but also...
Sorry, chat's being fucking based right now. Astronaut Farmer, the purpose of life is finding the largest burden that you can bear and bear it. Jordan Peterson is literally telling you to lift. Non-stardom. So if a leftist is living a good life, you'll take them seriously? Correct. If there is somebody who is paying their bills, taking care of their kids, taking care of their family, and all that kind of stuff, if there's somebody who's handling their shit, if they have political takes, I will take their takes infinitely more seriously. And then Zero does bring up an interesting point. We have 65 people or 63 people on YouTube. 31 likes. Go ahead and like the stream. Bump it up in the algorithm. Thank you to the 17 people on Twitch. I appreciate you. Let's continue.
Also, like, what about this feminine wiles thing, right? Or like, how do I balance my progressive attitudes on gender with this, that, the other attitude I have on what it means to be a woman? It's an interesting topic. I have no skin in the game. Good luck, right? I don't know how often that gets resolved in left spaces with guys, because it is a good question. How do you resolve, progressivism with being a masculine guy? A lot of women you might want to date kind of do like manly guys, at least some of them, right? But, what does it mean to be manly in a context that isn't, Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson? Just having the conversation might get a lot of folks invested, or they might understand that the left is interested in these issues beyond a sort of like token, like surface level political skim where they're trying to get people off the top. Compassion.
Yeah, compassion's the right word, I think. And, you got a lot of backlash for talking about this. And, you might tweet about it, but where I've heard you actually talk about this issue at length is on your streams. And I think you're thoughtful in the way you talk about this issue, but you still get hit with, oh, you're just a secret right winger from your critics, right?
It's been known to happen. I know
what's behind that, because I feel like that is what most of, at least the online left, I don't know if I can say that about the left in general, they seem to spend a lot of time going after one of their own who might have some ideas that are a little different, or might have concerns that are a little different from their own.
Okay, that is vicious foreshadowing for stuff we'll be getting into.
Well, the gatekeeping tendencies of the left are how you know you're a leftist, right? If you're a good leftist, the people you hate most should be other lefties. It's the only way to know.
I'm a great leftist then.
Yeah, we're phenomenal leftists. I think there's kind of like, I don't want to overuse
moment
the term,
of solidarity,
use it lightly, the term trauma, but I feel like after the past decade of online discourse, people are very sensitive, especially on the left. People are very sensitive to the idea that we need to treat men better. Not necessarily because they disagree with the idea of treating men better. That seems like a nice thing to do broadly. I would hope a lot of people would agree with that. But rather because we need to treat men better has often been couched in this very ideologically loaded set of policy and social prescriptions that usually have to do with undoing the gains of feminism, or at the very least negating the harms that women experience socially because of patriarchy or inequality. I fully sympathize with the sensitivity. I mean, I've been online for a while. I see how the discourse tends to go. But we have to be strong enough to understand when a dog whistle isn't a dog whistle, when it's just a term. I would hope that a lot of lefties could understand. You may have an aversion to the capital M, capital R men's rights movement, a justified one. But to the outside, when you seem to be taking a stance against the concept of men's rights, people who aren't as familiar with the context of that discourse might interpret that as you literally politically being opposed to like men doing all right.
The reason why this is funny is because, like, obviously it's Twitter psychopaths, so like you shouldn't put too much stock into it. But both Anna and Vaush have been viciously dogpiled for talking about like men's rights at all. And they're like, what? You don't care about women? You don't care about POC? You don't care about the transes? You want to talk about cishet white men problems? You piece of shit. You want to side with the oppressors? And like, obviously, anybody who's on the exterior of that is going to be like, okay, they don't want equality. What they want is they want to inverse the hierarchy. And so they're going to invert the hierarchy until they feel like they've achieved the, the meme of it's like the next, what's the professor, who's the time guy? The guy who travels through time, the English guy. Come on. He fights Zorps and all that bullshit. Man, somebody help me in chat. Holy crap. Doctor Who, thank you. Yeah, the next Doctor Who, but it's a it's a disabled Muslim woman in a yeah. It's a disabled Muslim woman in a wheelchair with a rainbow flag. So, lefties will not rest until Doctor Who is a female disabled Muslim person with a rainbow flag on their wheelchair, dragging the phone booth with the wheelchair. I don't know if you've seen that meme, but it's a great meme. Yeah, or the meme where white people are getting whipped and MLK is up in the sky. Yeah, exactly. Oh god. Okay, so Non-Stardom says it's a bit of a straw man. You're right. It is a straw man. But the straw men exist, and it could be 1% of the left. It could be 0.5% of the left. It could be 5% of the left. But there are these misandrist pieces who legitimately just hate white straight men. So it's fun. Oh god. All right, sorry. Let's continue the suffering. Let's suffer together, brothers. We'll get there.
Which doesn't do great for them recruitment numbers. We could really use those. Things in the country aren't going great right now, and bereaved masculinity is basically the front line. It's the bulwark of, the fascist movement that's growing in this country. Steve Bannon was specifically recruiting from incel forums. Those Andrew Tate 12-year-old TikTok flossing tweens or whatever are not going to grow up to vote for Biden when he's 105 years old. There is a trend that's happening right now. There is a group of people looking for answers, and that's young men who do feel listless, and you can watch them be pulled away by a multi-million-dollar effort from the right to appeal to their insecurities, or you can try to do something about it. And to me, there is an obvious right answer here.
I agree with you on that. I'm going to leave you all with one final statistic, and this is incredibly alarming. A May 2021 poll from the Survey Center on American Life revealed the number of American men who view themselves as having no close friends quintupled over the last 30 years, increasing from 3% in 1990 to 15% in 2021. So for anyone who thinks that this is just about male entitlement to sexual activity, you're mistaken. Open your eyes, look a little harder, because if you consider yourself a progressive or a leftist, the whole ideology is to want to uplift people, pick people up when they're down, and immediately dismissing this very clear issue that continues to grow in the country, I don't think is the right way to go. I think the left needs to offer better solutions. And to be completely frank, I don't know exactly what those solutions are yet, but I want to have more of these conversations moving forward. And Vaush, I'm grateful that you took the time to talk to us today.
And I'm incredibly grateful that you reached out and gave me the opportunity. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's not a zero-sum game. It's really not. We lose nothing by trying. And the advice, the engagement, it's just it is at par with what we're willing to do with basically every other group, every other social issue. Just the decency to give it a little bit of a sociological look over and maybe arrive at some prescriptions. I think we can do that, and I think people want to do that too once they get past the cloud.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. Vaush, thank you again. Everyone, we are going to take a brief break, and when we come back, Farron Cousins will rejoin the program and talk a little bit about how healthcare lobbyists are terrified of Bernie Sanders.
Okay, so all of that. I just plugged the Discord, and it's not because I'm particularly active in there. You can, of course, DM me, whatever, send me a message if you need to. And when Space Marine 2 in particular comes out, I'm gonna force myself to do a weekly, nightly multiplayer video game, because we need to get some Modern Warfare 2 lobby style multiplayer games in. We need to be calling each other slurs and hitting each other with chainswords and burning each other to death with melter rifles, and hopefully they have Gravis armor in there and jump packs in there, and we should be jacking each other up. Go to the gym and work out. True. As a matter of fact, I think we need to do like a gym bro community, and then do like a Sunday church thing, but it's literally just getting coffee and bullshitting with the boys. And then I think that's great. And Christian Valeris, have you heard about 6 Days in Fallujah? Yeah, I saw the trailer, and I don't want to relive PTSD. And by the way, it's not it's not because it doesn't look like a good game. It looks great. Like the realism, clearing rooms, suicide IED attacks, close quarters combat, mag dumping and throwing grenades into rooms. It all looks great. What it looks like to me, though, is real. And so, unfortunately for me, I'm not trying to meme too hard. I can still engage in violence in the real world, but when I engage, I got like a hair or a pore or something itching on my nose. It's annoying. But anyways, the point being that, like, I don't want to relive PTSD. Like, I don't want to think about the people that I've actually seen who have gotten, shot and killed. I don't want to think about like actual up shit I did. I'm trying to have fun. You know what I'm saying? So reliving wearing camis and body armor and running until I have like fucking heart palpitations. And I didn't do anything too crazy in the military, but then combining that with my negative experiences in law enforcement and you know, actually having people killed in front of me and dealing with dead bodies and all that kind of shit. Like, it looks tight. It looks tight. But I think I'd be better off keeping my violence in space fantasy. So what is my favorite game? Space Marine, obviously. Yeah. Tempering my hype for Space Marine 2, don't want to relive Darktide again. Sargeras, that makes me sad. I have a really good PC, so Darktide was a blast for me. I definitely got my money's worth. Like, I think I spent 60 bucks on it. I think I bought it when it first came out. And I played through the campaign. I leveled up all the characters to their max level out. My computer was able to keep up with the amount of zombies that I had. So, I was good. I was Gucci. I had a great time with Darktide. And then non-stardom, Space Marine 2 is going to be a 40K game. 6 Days in Fallujah is a shooter that's based off of real life, based off of the actual Second Battle of Fallujah. So yeah, I love the Bolter too. All right, anyway, so the reason why I'm plugging the Discord is just because if you're one of those guys, we got 60 people on YouTube, we have 10 people on Twitch. I don't know why we lost 6 or 7. We're not even done with the content yet, you fucking pussies. Fucking Twitch people are duplicitous. But, join the Discord. We got some bros in there. We got some cool people in there. We got people who can teach you how to lift. We got people who can teach you how to shoot. We got people who can teach you how to game. We got people who hang out with you and talk to you about 40K and all that kind of shit. Go watch, go join the Discord if you're feeling lonely. We'll help you out. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I was having a blast for the first 10-ish hours, but then it got old and samey and they were grasping at my wallet in every menu. I'm with you there. I come from a different set of expectations, Sargeras. I expect back in the day, you used to pay 50 to 60 bucks to a video game company. They would give you a 4 to 5 hour campaign that was solid, and then multiplayer would literally be optional, where multiplayer was not that big of a deal. Like, as a matter of fact, you were paying 50 or 60 bucks almost exclusively for the narrative campaign and the quality of the narrative campaign. What happened after Modern Warfare 2 came out, and I would say Modern Warfare really, and Halo Combat, not Halo Combat Evolved, really Halo 2 and Halo 3. Halo 2, Halo 3, and Modern Warfare really revolutionized where people expected to get weeks or months of multiplayer experience out of a game for the very low price of 50 or 60 bucks. So for me, if I get a solid, well-built narrative campaign for 4 to 5 hours or 3 to 5 hours of enjoyment, then you divide up your 60 bucks by 3 or 4 hours. That's still, 10, 20 bucks an hour. If I get that out of a game, I'm happy. And then multiplayer is kind of like icing on the cake, basically. But I am a very busy man, and I understand the standards of video game developers these days. Are there people in the Discord to teach us how to use Discord asking for a friend? Well, QC John, I'll help you. Literally just, try to create a profile, and if you need help, DM me on Twitter or send me an email or something. Can they teach you to drop shift? I don't know. I miss in-person multiplayer. True. Cooperative. Couch cooperative. That's what they were calling it. Army of Two was a game that was sick. And Doom Eternal was the last open. Yeah, it was great. I love the Doom series. I love 2016 Doom in particular. It's fucking great. So anyways, so that was the first episode. And the reason why is because this was their interaction. It's relatively positive. It was professional. He comes on. He gets to plug. He gets to do his little clout shit. He doesn't see Cenk, but he does see Anna. He's probably going live to a few 100,000 people on there. And so as a result, you would think they would have a good relationship. And one of the things that they talked about is how leftists hate other leftists. And it's actually a good indicator about whether or not you're a leftist is how hated you are on the left. And then not just that, but they are good leftists because they get fucking shat on all the time. Right? That's what Anna and Vaush have effectively said. So this is frustrating because here we go. We have another video from Vaush. This is all before the drama as far as I know. Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur awful pro-Russia takes. So he's shitting on them for not being as supportive of the United States supplying Ukraine, believing that it's an escalation, and also that the United States helped cover up the whatever pipeline bombing that happened, Nord Stream or whatever the fuck. And so, he doesn't think that he doesn't think that they're sufficiently supportive of Ukraine and the United States. But this is something that like a lot of people have pointed out is like Vaush is effectively, when you actually talk about political impact, he's just a Democrat. Like he really is. If you want to take like 1,000-year approach where you're like, well, I'm just here to popularize the term and conceptions of socialism to young people. That way, eventually, we have socialism on a 500-year or 1,000-year, reformist arc. Then I guess he's doing a good job. But still, like effectively, he's a Democrat because he supports international intervention. I support international intervention. I'm just pointing out that he's fucking doing that. And then you know, he hates on and shits on other leftists who are not supportive of like America's global military hegemony for like the past half decade. And it's like, yo, you're coming up on leftists. They're coming out of the Iraq war. They're coming out of the war on terror. They're coming out of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They still have, a PTSD from the past 20 years of American, Middle Eastern, and North African conflict. So yeah, it's so give them a little bit of latitude, but he doesn't. He calls them retarded. So y'all are still talking about video games, which is good and based, and I want you to share your passion. No, they did not blow up Nordstrom. That would be Seattle. That would be the homeless people in Seattle who blew up Nordstrom. I'm talking about the Nord Stream pipeline. It was a natural gas pipeline from Russia to Europe that supplied Europe with natural gas, and it got blown up last September, I want to say. And people were upsetty spaghetti about it because obviously it disrupted energy supplies from Russia to Europe. And Europe, despite having like grievous economic sanctions about Russia, Russia needs to sell the gas, and Europeans need to consume it. So Ukrainians were the logical people who blew it up, and it turns out they probably did. He talks a lot about how Democrats are basically the only option other than fascism. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Yeah, and if you don't know how to drive manual, drive manual. You need to drive manual cars. Anyways, so he shits on her there. These are the two that I want to watch. I want to watch this one too, but it's an hour, so I don't think I actually want to watch this one. But this is Anna Kasparian. As a matter of fact, we're probably going to. Fuck it, right? Fuck it, we'll do it live. But let's do Anna Kasparian, Vaush, birthing people. Let's see if there's a segment for that. Yeah, actually, this one's going to be shorter. So let's just pull this over here, and let's go over here. So Anna Kasparian's shameless fear mongering. For those of you who don't know, Anna Kasparian lives in California. I think she lives on the West Coast somewhere, right? And a lot of the West Coast, a lot of blue cities have been going with bail reform. They try to be understanding of the homeless as much as possible. They do needle exchanges, they do charities, they do food drives, they do all that kind of stuff. They try to be as compassionate to the homeless as possible within progressive and whatever. TYT is definitely in California. Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. I was wondering if they were in LA. I forget. No, X Rocks Fist, you're wrong, and I'll help you out in a second. So, anyways, but I appreciate the comment, and I'll address it in a second. So she's like a fairly progressive person, and she's kind of nice. She likes the homeless people and Mexicans and Arabs and Muslims and gays and all that kind of shit. She's a progressive gal, right? But she's walking down around in her neighborhood. Homeless people have gotten worse, obviously, since COVID, and a lot of people have gotten thrown out in their homes. The cost of living crisis in California. A lot of people move there. They can't afford to live there. So as a result, they sleep in their cars, or they sleep in tents, or they become drug addicts, or they escape there because there's good social programs, et cetera, et cetera. And so as a result, there's a fucking shitload of homeless in California. Like, I live in Florida and we have a shitload of homeless. There's a shitload of homeless in California. The good news is, and I'm joking here, but the good news is in Florida, we kill our homeless people. We just leave them out to die from exposure. They catch malaria from mosquitoes. They get bitten by snakes. They get eaten by alligators. We actually just neglect our homeless to the point that they actually just die. Whereas in California, they actually try to take care of their homeless, which means that there's more of them. So Anna is... Oh, stop. You're triggering me with the fascism shit. Just give me a minute. I'll help you guys in a second. Oh, fuck. This is literally an entire segment, and you guys are hurting my brain. So Anna's walking around. She's walking her dog. Dog takes a shit. She bends over in order to pick up the shit. And a white homeless guy dry humps her. Basically runs up behind her, grabs her hips, dry humps her, laughs, runs away. And while this isn't a rape, right? I think that this would be alarming for a woman to, in broad daylight, be dry humped by a homeless person, and also to have another homeless person basically laugh, and for her not to have any recourse because cops, of course, have a 10-minute response time, and they're not going to show up in time in order to catch the perpetrators. Anna's husband comes home. He looks for the homeless people. They can't find him, so he can't avenge her honor and beat their ass and all that kind of shit. And so as a result, Anna, I think, was already kind of skeptical about like lenient policy on criminals. And now she just goes fucking hard. And so a lot of lefties are really calling her like a reactionary conservative grifter asshole who's undoing all of the work that she's done previously. But that's kind of bullshit. Because if you talk to her about it, she's gonna say, like, yeah, of course, like, do needle exchanges, build shelters, reach out to the homeless people, use the state in order to redistribute wealth so we don't have as big of a problem with homeless people. But what she ultimately says in the context of this conversation is, when you have repeat and serial violent and sexual offenders who are being released over and over and over again, you're doing a disservice to the public. And as a result, when do you just start incarcerating bad people and telling these people to go fuck themselves? That was her question. So now she might as well be a neo-Nazi according to leftists. So yeah, exactly. But 1, 2, 3. What a fascist. She wants to arrest criminals. Precisely. Which is why I'll never be accepted as a progressive, because guess what? I also think that violent and sexual criminals should be put in prison, in jail. So yeah. So I will be the worst Democrat or worst progressive or worst leftist that's ever existed ever if they ever take me in as one of their own, because I will also tell them that these motherfuckers need to go to prison and jail. So let's talk about fascism real quick. No, non-stardom. You're absolutely fucking wrong. No, stop. Please, God, stop. Okay. So if you look at Gentile, God damn it. All right. Very brief aside. We have to keep going with the content, but I have to explain this as quickly as possible for the sake of non-stardom, and for the sake of the other person who said that you can't define fascism. Fascism is a political philosophy originated by Giovanni Gentile and implemented by Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler. There's two core components that are repeatable throughout the history of every single fascist movement that's ever happened on the planet ever, and as a result, you don't need a shitty, vague, weird definition like palingenetic ultranationalism, although that is often how fascists seize power. And you don't need 14 points, because 14 points catches almost everybody. As a matter of fact, Doomer, in his video, Vaush is unironically evil, points out that if you take Echo's points and you apply them to Vaush, he meets like 10 of them. So is Vaush a fascist? Clearly not. Umberto Eco's definitions are just so loose and weird that they catch a shitload of people. As a matter of fact, my understanding of Eco is that he wasn't trying to define fascism. He was trying to give people a heads up for what happened in Italy so people could be aware of the things that happened before fascists seized power. But anyways, the two things that define fascism is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I've said this dozens of times. I've talked with fascist philosophers about it. People who actually believe in nationalism and fascism. Political corporatism is believing in the nation state as a body. Believing that there is lungs, heart, brain, eyeballs, bones, muscles. And as a result, the body politic, the nation state, can have an idealized health. And it is the job of the fascists, through whatever means possible, to advocate for the health of the well-being. Now, typically, this will fall on ethnos, right? It'll fall on ethnic lines, linguistic lines, and all that kind of stuff, because it's actually fairly easy to organize people around ethnos. However, that is not definitionally necessary, because you have Franco from Spain, who I think leftists and fascists fight over whether or not he was fascist, but he basically ruled over like 10 different fucking ethnicities with 10 different dialects who all fucking hated each other. He was a fascist. And then fucking same thing with Mussolini. He identified Italian as the fascist thing, but when you have Italians, You have Sicilians, you have Lombards, you have fucking Central Italians. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit about Italians. But the point is that if he went with ethnos, he would have necessarily been excluding 2/3 of the fucking part of Italy. So as a result, he just went with the conception of being Italian, which is just being within the geopolitical polity of Italy and maybe speaking Italian. And that's like the in group that he identified for political corporatism. When it comes to flexible authoritarianism, what that means is you'll do whatever it takes to seize power. You'll go through the church, you'll go through the monarchy, you'll go through democracy, you'll get voted in, you'll assassinate your people, you'll do whatever. And fascists don't view the struggle for power as bad. They view the struggle for power as a necessary tool to sharpen the strongest and brightest and most brilliant minds of the society in order to create the best and strongest people to lead the society. And not only that, they are not rugged collectivists, although that's often how the dictators rule. They believe in the balance between the individual and the collective, where the individual and the collective constantly balance off of each other. They're corporatist, meaning that individuals press their influence against the collective, and the collective enforces their influence on the individual. So they're not ruggedly collectivists, although they do end up being authoritarian and dictatorships. Effectively, you have secular monarchy. That's what it ends up being. Secular pseudo-divine monarchy, but you can also be killed by other authoritarians at any point. Anyways, did you watch the AJW versus Sam Sneeder debate? That was fascinating to me. Not only the debate, but the reactions to it as well. I'll check it out. AJW is dangerous. He's a good debater. I viscerally dislike him. I think he's a fucking asshole. But he is a good debater. Prisons equals women's rights. The left is overlapping with men's right activists wanting to free violent, rapey men from jail. Yeah, you know. I don't think any of this is intentional, but when you do stupid shit and you have bad consequences. Oh God, what is he doing? Abandon Twitch? What's happening on Twitch? What is the nation's cock? Florida. Clearly. Clearly Florida. Florida is clearly America's dick. Didn't fascism arise explicitly to oppose communists? It did. It did, but specifically in Germany, I think fascist philosophy was contemporary to Marxist communist philosophy, but I think that when it came to Mussolini and Hitler, they both thought that communists were pussies and they weren't sufficiently nationalist in order to accomplish anything, and so they seized power as a way to butt out the communists. So yeah, kind of. But that's more of like a historical application of fascism, not a necessary prerequisite for a fascist society to exist. I'll have to think more about that fascism definition. Non-stardom. If you read Gentile, or if you talk to Keith Woods, he's a nationalist philosopher. He's Irish. He's very young, but he's very smart. Keith Woods, I think he would probably agree with that definition. I should probably just talk to him sometime. And then also talking to Cultured Thug, who is a well-known and well-respected online fascist philosopher. He didn't disagree with my definitions at all. So, yeah. You probably don't like Kangaroo, what's his name? AIU? No, AIU is a fucking lunatic. This is politics? I mean, yeah. Discussing definitionally fascism, absolutely, it's politics. But we're lacing it with drama. So, anyways. Yes. Yeah, we'll talk to fascist philosophers. He's an interesting guy. I have previous conversations with Cultured Thug. I should reach out to Keith Woods. He's a smart fascist. But let's or an Irish nationalist, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Let's continue though. I appreciate you guys. 1 second. Let's watch Vaush get upset with Anna Kasparian for disparaging the homeless. Let's do that for a little bit.
While we're on a bit of a TYT hate train, just a little bit of one, I wanted to take a look at something. Somebody emailed me this. Now, I've been an advocate for drug decriminalization for a long time. The basic argument being that if a person is a drug addict, treating it like a criminal issue is a really dumb idea because addiction will make you do dumb things to get your high. And it just means then you do that and then you go to jail and you don't get medical help. And it's just like a lose-lose. Like nobody benefits from this, right? Whereas normally, not for everyone, but for a lot of people, if you just say, okay, we're not going to arrest you for doing the drug, okay? But if you want to do the drug, you have to come over to this clean government facility where we have a bunch of like detox counselors and like, oh, hey, would you like a candy bar? Would you like a complimentary mint? Well, why don't you come on down here to this like addiction class or something? And then if you do that, like a lot of people end up getting better. Because like people want to live fulfilling lives, you know? Most people do. They just have to be given the path. And
Yeah, if you guys are okay, this is a hour-long segment, and I don't know if I want to be here for the full hour, so I'm going to bump it up to 1.25. I'm sorry if that hurts your sensitive earballs, but we're just going to roll with it. And then what I was going to say, well, QC John, yeah, throw me money, please. As a matter of fact, send it to my PayPal. I need money for diapers and groceries and paying my cell phone bill. Counterpointscounter@gmail.com. Send it to my PayPal. Whatever you got. Give me donos. So, Destiny says TR Donald Trump meets the definition of fascist. I actually think there's an argument for that, but I want to move on. So, anyways, so I vaguely agree with Vaush. And I keep saying Vaush rudely, even though people who hate Vaush say Vaush. I just think it's funny. Anyways, point being, the reason why I vaguely disagree with him is because I think that criminals should still be punished for the non-drug crime and traffickers should still be punished. So, if there's let's say that there's a drug trafficker. He imports vast quantities of drugs into the community. He deals drugs to the community. He sets up a network and all that kind of stuff. You should basically be able to do deep-rooted investigations in order to identify that network, identify members of the network, and charge them with felony quantities, and then put them in prison for decades. And the reason why is not because some of these drugs can't be consumed safely. It's just because these people are objectively making their community a worse place by capitalizing on the vices of their neighbors, getting people addicted. I've seen the impacts of heroin and cocaine addiction and meth addiction. They are pretty fucking bad. And as a result, I will not hear anything like, well, I did meth and heroin for 2 decades before I killed my wife. So, as a matter of fact, you can be a moral consumer. Like, nah, go fuck yourself. It pretty much always has. Hard drugs pretty much always have super negative impacts. Even alcohol has super negative impacts. Nobody who talks about like keeping alcohol legal defends the fact that it doesn't have like a horrific social cost, right? Anyways, so lock up the drug traffickers and drug dealers, right? Then, when it comes to consumers, I agree with Vaush that you need to have a carrot and a stick. And so the carrot is, hey, we caught you with a possession quantity of methamphetamine, a possession quantity of heroin, a possession quantity of cocaine. And as a result, you have 2 options. We can either confiscate your drugs and we can take you to a fucking cell. You can bond out and you go to court in 6 months. Or I can write you a fucking notification in order to go to drug treatment facility. And you fucking go there, you go do some rehab or whatever, you go do some voluntary shit, whatever. And then maybe we'll let you go and we'll give you some resources in order to help yourself. I also think that there is an interesting Swiss option where they have effectively an off-ramp for addiction where kind of like he was talking about, there's an injection site. And when I saw a documentary on this, I was fucking livid. I was like, the Swiss are giving heroin junkies fucking heroin in order to, get them to not commit crimes. This is bullshit. You are incentivizing the worst kind of behavior. And then what I realized is that what they do is they do individual counseling for the junkies. They find out how much they're using. They give them exactly enough in order to stave off their cravings. They reduce their dosage over time. They give them educational and job opportunities. They allow them to come to this place on a daily basis in order to get just enough in order to avoid craving. And then they get their shit together until eventually they can kick the habit. That is fucking awesome. Now, I think Americans are too retarded to implement a system like that. But ideally, if we had a healthy chunk of cash, you could probably save a good amount of souls by doing God's work in that way. So I think we're incompetent and stupid, and we would set it up and then we would defund it and then we wouldn't pay attention to it and then we would privatize it. So ultimately you would just have like heroin dealers like selling the heroin out the fucking back of the clinic in order to, keep, provide the community with their highs. Like, I'm sure Americans would fuck it up. But principally, philosophically, there's no reason why we couldn't do it. And so the only reason why I'm objecting to what Vaush has said so far for the past minute is just that I still think we should punish criminals. So yeah.
TYT released a video saying that Portugal, a country that practiced widespread drug decriminalization, has seen its addiction numbers explode. So I want to see what's up. I'm interested in the argument. So I'm interested from some perspectives. If their arguments are bad, I want to make fun of them. And if they're
Zero Fuck says, sounds like Sitch's drug prison. They can do all the drugs they want and they can leave whenever they want. They just have to get and stay clean for a certain period of time. Zero Fucks, I think that the only reason why I'm objecting to this comment and paying attention to it is I think we would do it in a Darwinian sense, where we would literally just overdose junkies all the time. We would literally just kill junkies for fun. We would just give them all the fucking smack and meth and heroin that they wanted. That way they could kill themselves and they wouldn't be our problem anymore. So, that's what I think of when I think of Sitch's Drug Hotel. Yes. Yep. All right.
Your arguments are good. I want to look at associated research to reassess the validity of my perspective. After all, if drug decriminalization doesn't actually improve things, which I still think it does, that's worth re-examining. So let's find out.
I appreciate
Everyone,
so far his good faith.
Put your thinking caps on, okay? We're here to learn.
Some other form. Bit
loud. Is that a bit loud? That was a bit loud.
This better if we legalized it and regulated it. I know that seems like a crazy notion. Of course. But you look at some of the outcomes in Portugal and you think, well, maybe it's not so crazy.
So I think Portugal is a very different country. And in fact, if you look at some of the strategies that have been tried in Portugal, some of them have been tried in certain municipalities in the United States. And what you end up seeing is drug overdose numbers go up, addiction numbers go up. So I think if the Portugal approach could work here, it would have frankly already worked.
That was Republican Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, making the case that
only in Ohio. Yeah. I'm sorry.
While drug decriminalization worked in Portugal, similar models have not worked out so well in the United States. Now, look, considering the pretty brutal spikes in overdoses and deaths in America each year, I was ready to at least hear him out. But he actually might be getting something wrong. In fact, we might all—
Sorry, I was at 0.9.
Be getting something wrong. Okay, let's watch more and I'll explain what I mean.
Look, some harm reduction absolutely matters, right? Suboxone, just sort of medically assisted treatment for people who are trying to break clean of this stuff.
Remember, J.D. Vance is the thinking man's Republican. He's one of those Peter Thiel ghouls, at least before Peter Thiel dropped funding for the GOP. You know, the kind of conservative. So there's like two kinds of conservatives, I think, and one of I should say like two dominant trends of conservative thought, and one of them is like Christian fascism, and the other one is this like enlightened philosopher king pseudo-libertarianism, where it's basically a bunch of people whose mainline policy goals aren't bigotry, but every incidental outcome of what they believe happens to lead to bigotry, and they want to they're like authoritarian, but from an ideological perspective, if that makes any sense. Like they're approaching authoritarianism as a proposed potential solution to the degradations of democracy, right? They're trying to frame themselves as like the intellectual philosopher kings who are meant to rule over us for all of our betterment.
Very based.
Isn't that always their solution to everything? Yeah, it's almost like tech billionaire busybodies who think they have 300 IQ actually end up arriving at the same conclusions as neo-Nazis like 90% of the time.
Oh, come on. Relax.
All that's part of the equation. But I think that if we believe we're going to solve the opioid problem by handing out needles, we're going to make the problem worse. And in fact, we're already seeing evidence that we've done this. So no, I don't think that's the solution. But I do think that we should follow the evidence wherever it ultimately leads here. Legalization is not going to help, but maybe doing medically assisted treatment more and making that more accessible, that's a good solution.
Look at J.D. Vance mentioning Suboxone and medical treatments to help people who are suffering with addictions. It's incredible. I mean, can we just address his tone and how much Vance has moderated his messaging since running in the GOP primary for his Senate seat in Ohio? He even seems open to doing more than just, locking people up for drug abuse. And he seems willing to admit that the model worked in Portugal. But as I was researching this story, I was actually shocked to find that tides are turning in Portugal. And their much lauded drug reforms are beginning to show cracks and weaknesses.
Okay, so let's learn.
Okay, so let's go back and refresh our memories of how Portugal reformed their drug laws. Back in 2001, Portugal ended punitive drug policies and instead decriminalized consumption of all drugs for personal use. Consumption.
Is she talking slower than usual? Fine, I'll go 1.1. Okay, so quick refresher for people who don't know. My understanding of the effects of the drug policy in Portugal are basically just like summed up in the wiki article. I haven't done a huge deep dive, but it seems like there's a lot of good. Basically, it led to an increase in treatment, which is what you want, a massive drop in HIV infections because people weren't using dirty needles. The total number of overdose deaths plummeted to the point where, here, look. As of 2012, Portugal's drug death toll sat as 3 per million in comparison to the EU average of 17.3 per million. Or, in other words, about 1/6 the European average. So, lower overdose, that's pretty good. That's actually really good. Then it says, and this is new to me, so I'm reading this now, live. This reduction has decreased in later years. The number of drug-related deaths is now almost at the same level as before the drug strategy was implemented. However, this may be accounted for by improvement in measurement practices, which includes a doubling of toxicological, autopsies now being performed, meaning more drug-related deaths are likely to be recorded. So the argument being perhaps that now that there's a higher standard for identifying drug deaths, or it might be they're just detecting more than before. Also, I believe drug use has been increasing on average all over the Western world right now. So it's possible that to an extent, these increases have also been just a global trend. During the same period, use of heroin and cannabis also increased in Spain and Italy, where drugs for personal use were decriminalized many years earlier than in Portugal. I didn't know they were decriminalized for personal use in Spain and Italy.
So hold on. Let's read those numbers real quick, though. So marijuana use from 8% to 12%. I'm just going to be very honest with y'all.
Give it a look.
I do not give a fuck about marijuana use. I think marijuana is as harmful or less harmful than alcohol. I think it should largely be legalized or decrim. I think it should be recreational, basically. You can obviously fuck yourself up with marijuana. You can go on a trip into fucking outer space and freak out your neighbors and freak yourself out and give yourself a panic attack and all that kind of stuff. Weed does make you gay as well. That's true, Dr. Zaya. So you got to be careful. If you don't want dicks in your butt and or mouth, then you have to avoid marijuana. But overall, I think it should be recreational. So yeah, weed makes you gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, I am a fan of the marijuanas. I don't use it frequently because I do have kids and stuff. So I don't use it, but I don't have a problem with it. Cocaine use more than doubled from 1% to almost 2%, so 0.9 to 1.9. Ecstasy nearly doubled from 0.7 to 1.3, and heroin increased from 0.7 to 1.1. Realistically, with cocaine and ecstasy, I know that you can make yourself stupid, you can give yourself a heart attack, you can OD, all that kind of stuff. But realistically, these are casual party drugs, so I wonder if destigmatizing it led to a higher reporting rate, or if this is actually higher consumption. I don't know. We don't know. And then heroin increased from 0.7 to 1.1. The reason why this would be concerning to me is because for these two, if it's a reporting issue or if it's a usage issue, there are people who are able to consume these drugs. Obviously, there's still plenty of people who die. There's plenty of people who ruin their lives. There are plenty of people who destroy their brains. There are plenty of people who destroy their hearts. Heroin for me, maybe it's just because I bumped into people. I feel like people will do anything for heroin. Just in my experience, people will do a lot under the influences of cocaine. And they will do some crazy shit in order to get cocaine. But heroin, I've just seen it absolutely annihilate families left, right, and center. So that's more of my concern. But yeah. Yeah, and then they actually say what I've been saying, which is it has been proposed that this effect may have been related to the candor of interviewees who have been more inclined to answer truthfully due to a reduction in the stigma of drug use. I mean, that's entirely possible. This could be literally the same amount of people could be using or not using, but we'll look into the stats that Anna talks about. So
later. So there are a lot of factors here, but okay, let's see how it goes.
Remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend, though, is voluntary. So the so-called harm reduction model was born. That's what happened in Portugal. And the initial results were absolutely promising. In fact, TYT covered Portugal's success story many, many times. Here's one example from 2012.
And back in 2001,
oh my God, vintage
yeah.
Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Now, we talked to you about the Portuguese experiment before and that it seemed that it was going well with the numbers. Well, a new report is out after 11 years of this experiment. How has it gone so far? Well, the numbers are in and they are astounding. The number of drug addicts being treated has dropped by half in Portugal. They cut the rate by 50%. What happened? I thought it was supposed to go up. No, there's far less drug addicts. And if you think that's an impressive number, drug-related diseases, including STDs and overdoses, have been reduced by an even greater number.
Look, he wasn't lying. At that moment in time, August of 2012, data indicated that HIV transmission rates through shared syringes had plummeted. And other metrics illustrated the success of the decriminalization policy as well. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%.
Wow.
Overdose rates dropped as public funds flowed from jails to rehabilitation. There was no evidence of a feared surge in drug use. The decriminalization policy in Portugal was so successful that in 2009, while writing for the Cato Institute, Glenn Greenwald reported.
Man, we are like really backloading the drop here, aren't we? I feel like preempting this information with this much is like, oh man, you know? Yeah, it's like the first shoe dropped really early on, and I feel like I'm watching somebody climbing a ladder, like holding the shoe out with one hand and climbing out with the other, like getting ready for the biggest other shoe drop possible on an elevator up to the top.
That quote, none of the parade of horrors that decriminalization opponents in Portugal predicted and that decriminalization opponents around the world typically invoke has come to pass. And he was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction.
Top of the ladder.
Officials in Portugal, including the very architect of decriminalization in the country, say they're noticing a steep spike in the number of people suffering from addiction. A newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022. And that's up.
Wait, hold on. That was in the Wikipedia article we just looked at. And there's some other worthwhile information we might want to take a look at. Does she mention it?
Up from 7.8.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, why watch these people though? They're not good people? Because we want to see them fight. That's why. And also we want to contend with their ideas. That's why. Good for Portugal, but Portugal and the US aren't quite what I call the same country. Bizarro, I think it's fair to comment on the fact that most European countries would be in size and GDP more akin to a state. So I think that's an okay assessment to make. I also think that it's okay that if you wanted to talk on a state level, you could say that I think that, Florida is 24% Hispanic, they consume more cocaine and marijuana than they do, MDMA and heroin. As a result, I think this is the targeted policy that we need to do. That's totally okay. I don't give a shit. What I don't like is when people say that you can't compare nation states at all. I think that if you want to say that like these things aren't comparable, then you need to come up with, in my opinion, you need to come up with a solution. Just not say they're not comparable. Then you need a haircut, hippie? Yeah, kind of, but I'm enjoying growing it out, so we'll see. I'm just enjoying having a shitload of hair while I still have it. Might be losing it soon. Not to sound like Eurocuck, but the U.S. would benefit from some of the policies regarding Europe, particularly healthcare, education, and transportation. Yeah, Christian Valeris. I mean, I'm an authoritarian centrist. I want people to have the ability to get to and from work without spending an arm and a leg. I want them to be decently educated, and I want them to be able to not go bankrupt trying to survive in a healthcare scenario. So, you know, I'm more communitarian than libertarian, so it is what it is. Then, if they decriminalized in 2012, 11 years later, maybe they affected more kids trying them than prior not. Led pushed the right direction. Yeah, let's see where it landed. Thank you, Caravaggio. Also, if you're lonely and you're on the verge of offing yourself, here's the Discord. Join there. There's plenty of nerds in there. Also, my PayPal is counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. And feel free to send me money because I am broke. You know, I get paid a lot of money in a few days, but right now I am broke. So one of those pre-paycheck problems. So if you got paid, give me some of your money. But Froggy Style, you've already done enough. Thank you kindly, sir. I always appreciate and love you. Thank you to all the normies, the routine people showing up. Let's continue.
8% in 2001. In other words, there are now more adults reporting illicit drug use today compared to the year the decriminalization policy was implemented with the very intention of lowering the prevalence of drug abuse. Portugal is still doing.
Nope, she doesn't mention it. Okay, so wow. Reported lifetime use of quote all illicit drugs increased from 7.8 to 12%.
I need to go get a bottle for the baby and hold the baby. So you guys are going to watch without me for a minute. I'm assuming he's probably going to repeat himself because, you know, they love to loop. My PayPal wouldn't let me log in, but here's some money to see if AJW can get your head to exorcist spin again, like Twin-Tailed Rabbit did. Frustrated Connor is completely hilarious. True. Thank you, QC John. Be right back.
Lifetime use of cannabis increased. Cocaine more than doubled from 0.9 to 1.9. Ecstasy, heroin. It has been proposed this effect may have been related to the candor of interviewees who may have been inclined to answer more truthfully due to a reduction in the stigma associated with drug use. Or to put it another way, drugs have been legal to use for personal reasons for 20 years in Portugal. People are probably going to be more honest when asked now. If you ask people back when it's like illegal or has been illegal for your entire life, like, oh yeah, you do heroin? Hey, sir, can you tell me if you do this drug that will get you thrown in jail? A lot of people are going to answer dishonestly. There's another factor here that I think is worth looking at. Reported lifetime use of all illicit drugs just means have you used it in your lifetime, not have you been using it for your lifetime. In other words, this isn't a reference to addiction. It's possible that the number of people who have tried cocaine has gone up, but okay, right? What about addiction? Because that's like the harm, right? Like if a person does cocaine once because they're in college and they want to try it, they want to know what it's like, and they're like, okay, and then move on. That counts as lifetime use. Is that, I don't really think that factors in the way like addiction would, you know? You could make the argument that if personal use of these drugs is legal, maybe people will be more likely to experiment with them. But that's not really the harm we're looking to reduce here. I'll take a look at it later, SDO. A lot of words in there, and I am illiterate.
Better than some European countries, and drug use there is still below European averages. So you've got to look at it all in context, okay? Analysis by the Washington Post found that Portugal's prevalence of high-risk opioid use is higher than Germany's, but lower than that of France and Italy. But what about overdoses? Okay. Unfortunately, that's where things start to look pretty bleak.
All right.
Overdose rates have hit 12-year highs and almost doubled in Lisbon from 2019 to 2023. Sewage samples in Lisbon show cocaine and ketamine detection is now among the highest in Europe, with elevated weekend rates suggesting party-heavy usage.
I am extremely concerned with this standard of data collection. First of all, 12-year high, the decriminalization happened more than 12 years ago. So that's
how high?
Like without more context, that doesn't mean much. Like maybe overdose rates are higher now because of COVID and everyone's alone and like mad and stuff and sad. But that doesn't really reflect like the effect of the decriminalization. You would have to compare it to other countries and how theirs have gone up recently and then compare it to the proportion from like 22 years ago. Yeah. Also, I don't know why we'd be looking at Lisbon specifically. Once you start introducing like city comparisons, like there's a million things that could potentially affect that. How much have overdose rates increased in cities broadly around the world over the COVID period? Also, if we're taking a look at a sample from
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think Vaush is correct. At least so far, I'm coming back, and obviously I missed some stuff there, but this is kind of like the murder rate kicking up recently, which we should be concerned with. I'm not saying we shouldn't be concerned at all. As a matter of fact, I think we should probably be pretty concerned that we're going in a bad direction, considering we were doing better for a really long time. But we overall have cut crime in half since 1994. A lot of people don't know that, but basically almost all crime, property crime, murders, all that kind of stuff, has been cut by like half since 1994. So as a result, if you have a 5%, 10% increase, 20% increase now, you're still doing significantly better than you were 20 years ago. And so the question is, if since 2001, when they decriminalized, if they had a 90% drop and then they had a 10% increase, that can be worrisome, and you should keep an eye on it. Make sure that you're not missing any variables. I think the proliferation of fentanyl absolutely could be a factor in overdose deaths. But I think you need to, contextualize. If you drop by 90% and go up 10%, you're still winning. So yeah. And then the one above AR is asking COVID. Yeah, this is because the 2019 to 2023. So I think COVID hit like February, March of 2020. And then, a lot of people since COVID, they got unemployed, underemployed, they lost wages, some of them lost houses, they lost family members, all that kind of stuff. Overall, I'm doing okay, but it was a relatively bleak time for a lot of people. So there's a lot of people who were using drugs as a result. Can you guys still see me? Chat paused for some reason. I don't see chat moving still. I'm gonna scroll up and scroll down a little bit. Yeah. I'm an American Florida man, lol. I'm not just talking about trains, but transportation. True. Yes. Okay, good. Let's continue.
2019 to 2023, aren't we really just looking at the effect of COVID? Like, can you really fairly say that this is purely representative of the effect of decriminalization if decriminalization's been going on for 20 years, but COVID's been going on for the exact time period you're examining? I also don't know, like, by what standard am I meant to, like sewage samples in Lisbon? I'm sorry, I don't really have, like, a preconceived idea as to how I'm supposed to look at this and think, like, oh, well, the sewage samples in Paris would have a different story to tell, You understand what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know. Like, what? Here's a question. What are the overdose rates in all of Portugal? Shouldn't that be easy to find? It's, if a person dies, they're registered by the police department. Like, shouldn't it be easy to find that? Overdoses per year in Portugal. Okay, drug overdose deaths in Portugal from 2008 to 2019. Well, wait, that's not...
No, that's fine. Keep
going. Do we have
going.
any, like, more recent data?
No, do that. Just tell us that.
FAQ from Europa.eu. Drug overdose deaths.
Sorry if you're hearing baby noises.
Not per capita. Can we get a per capita graph? Distribution by age group and country. Okay, but what about per capita? Per capita? Per capita? Per capita? One of these is probably per capita, and I'm just skimming through it fast enough that I can't tell. Not sure, Teletech.
Oh, come on!
What about this? Drug-related deaths. Wait, what? Drug-related deaths per 100,000 people, not age-adjusted. Portugal, EU excluding Portugal. Damn, look. Portugal's got quite a lower rate compared to European countries broadly. Though there has been an uptick here, and the uptick isn't just COVID-19, because this happened before 2019. So I'd be interested in knowing if there's any other
no, hold on. This is important.
That contributes to that.
This is important. So, yeah, so we need to look at the factors, but if you look at that, so I would say that the Portuguese drug overdose rate went to 0.75 before they introduced decrim legislation, and it spiked temporarily. But then you see this drop to almost 0.1, and now you're back up to 0.5. So you've lost half of the ground gained since decriminalization. So that should be alarming. And you don't have to be like, oh, well, we totally need to scrap the policy, blah, 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 blah. But that should be alarming in general. Let's say we cut the murder rate in half since 1994, and then murders jump by 25-30%. Of course you need to be concerned. Of course, even if the policy is better. The Thinking Sabercat says, at Counterpoints, the thing to notice is what Destiny did with Vaush's bullshit in Kasparian is talking about 2020 to 2023, and Vaush's argues the points from 2012 to 2016. Yeah. But I would say if this graph trended even worse, considering like a 50% spike, then this would be bad. Pretty fucking bad. So yeah. I would imagine some of that is a young coming of age with possibly less stigmatization. True, X-Rocks, true. And somebody was saying that it correlates with a spike in EU, but EU went from 1 down to 0.75, then up to 1.5, and then now it looks like a precipitous drop back down to 1. So I would almost ask, what happened in the EU in 2018, 2019, and what happened in Portugal in 2015? Those would be the most important questions to ask. And unfortunately, I'm not familiar enough with European politics to know. But let's continue.
Poverty, crime, Euro banking crisis. There's a lot that can affect stuff like that. Proliferation of fentanyl. I don't know how much of a problem fentanyl is in Portugal. I know it's a big thing here in America. I assume it's a problem over there.
Yeah, fentanyl should be affecting
Yeah, it
global
looks like
supply.
after 2008, there's kind of a trend upwards.
No, there's definitely a trend upwards.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that suggestion is correct. Now, in Porto, the collection of drug-related debris from city streets surged 24% between 2021 and 2022, with this year on track to far outpace the last. Crime, including robbery in public spaces, spiked 14% from 2021 to 2022. A rise police blame on increased drug use.
First of all, I don't give a shit what the police have to say about anything related to drug use, okay? I listen to sociologists and nobody else on this subject. For two, why are we once more looking at COVID statistics? Like, okay, I guess the thing that's weird to me is that if there was any other system that we broadly agreed with, and there were problems within that system, we would look to see if there are confounding variables causing those problems and not just immediately blame the system. So how is any of this reflective of drug decriminalization specifically being the issue?
So far, Anna has not done that. She's just citing the trend.
Right? Like, couldn't there be other things? Is it not like, oh, well, the healthcare system is better in Canada than it is in America, but Canada has this one problem, or there's an increase in a problem in Canada? The Republican answer would be to immediately blame the entire Canadian system. How so, SDL? In what way?
And look, let's just pause for a second. That doesn't surprise me either. People who are...
Someone said Portugal cut funding 12 years ago. As in they stopped funding the rehabilitation programs? The ones that were like contributing to the reduction in addiction?
Addicted, especially if they're addicted to certain drugs like heroin, fentanyl. If they don't get their next fix, they become dope sick. And they could even die in some cases. And so they'll do anything to get the resources in order to get their hands on their next fix. So that's why you'll notice, instances of burglaries and stuff like that kind of spike in relation to, or simultaneously with a spike in, drug overdoses and drug use. Anyway, not only.
Well, I agree with that, but that's the purpose of the rehabilitation, right? So you provide them like, like clean needles, or you provide them like rehabilitation centers or therapy or whatever. You just try to move them away from the addiction.
Does the Washington Post provide broad statistics on how the liberal drug policy has...
Broad? The statistics you cited were like 2-year sample of sewage drug trace detection in one city in
I don't even know why he's being combative. This is where I feel like he's jumping on the frame even before it's occurred. Like what has Anna said so far that's incorrect? Like you can disagree with the information presented, but what's the problem so far? She literally just said Portugal had a pristine program. They were the fucking example for the modern world. They've experienced some setbacks. Here are some correlative stats that back up the fact that they have, setbacks. And on top of that, property crime correlates with drug addiction. Property crime and overdose death correlate with drug addiction. And also, what was the other thing? Oh, and then Vaush looked up the stats and saw that there was a backslide. So she hasn't said any kind of prescriptive element. She's being rawly descriptive. So I don't know why he's taking offense so far. So let's see how that plays out.
In Lisbon, that wasn't broad. Those statistics were incredible. Were so hyper specific that they don't paint a very clear picture of how this relates to the larger rate of overdoses in Portugal.
Fared in recent years. They also detail tragic stories of individuals struggling with addiction, leading any non-sociopathic person to feel quite a bit of despair. So take the story of one of the state-funded so-called squat houses on the south side of Porto as an example. The objective is to provide addicts a private place to use outside of public view. But there are unintended consequences, as it enables some to hide their drug addiction from family members who might be able to stage an intervention and help their loved ones get clean. Inside,
what are these?
Broad statistics on how the liberal drug policy has fared in recent years. They also detail tragic stories of individuals struggling with addiction.
Rafa is God. I'm going to be a little bit mean. Couldn't the OD deaths be conflicted if Narcan is just more readily available, not necessarily because drug use hasn't gone up? Couldn't OD deaths be conflicted if Narcan is more readily available, not necessarily because drug use hasn't gone up? So you're saying there could be less deaths because prevention drugs are more readily available? I don't want to misread what you're saying. Yeah, of course it's a confounding variable, but I would say that like the availability of Narcan has correlated with the release of fentanyl. So I would assume the impact of like fentanyl basically, dropping people left, right, and center probably outweighs the confounding variable of Narcan. I do agree that it's an important variable to track, 100%. That's a good insight.
Leading any non-sociopathic person to feel quite a bit of despair. So take the story of one of the state-funded so-called squat houses on the...
Squat houses, that's what I was looking for. Squat house, Portugal. What is a squat house? Squatting by definition is illegal. What is a squat house? Squat house.
She just said
drug, Portugal. Okay, here we go. Oh no, here's the Washington Post article that she's almost certainly citing, and that's right. Washington Post takes money. That's right. Okay, so I feel like it says something that the only place I can find any mention of a, quote, squat house is from the Washington Post article that she is specifically referencing. New state-funded drug use center. Okay, so that's the actual term, not squat house.
Okay. All right, listen. This is a nitpick, but I'm just noticing a trend, and I'm gonna nitpick because I fucking feel like it. Vaush, this is your job, okay? Your job. You make a few $100K a year, okay? I'm very, from a friendly internet peer, commentary person. I'm very happy that you make shitloads of money. Congratulations, brother. I'm so happy you're doing well. Part of your job is researching the fucking shit. So, why don't you pay the $1.99 or the $2.99 to have the New York Times and the Washington Post and all these fucking places that have primary sources, and you could just fucking read the primary source and take issue with the primary source and see how it's contextualized and colored and all that kind of shit, instead of just instantly dismissing it. Because maybe, okay, maybe It's a state-used drug treatment facility, right? It's what we were talking about in Switzerland, where they have like a government facility where you can show up and you can, take lower doses of the drugs and all that kind of shit. That could be what they're talking about with the modern state-sponsored drug use facility. However, in the state of Florida, we have, which I can't decide if they're horrifically abusive or if they're fucking genius. I can't tell. There's community housing for people who are disabled. And what happens is basically a social worker will move in as kind of like the landlord, and then they'll pool 4 to 5 disabled adults in the same house. Now there's problems because they're mentally or physically disabled, and they basically kick over their disability checks to the social worker, and then the social worker takes that money, pays the rent, probably pockets a fat profit, let's be real, but then they also buy the groceries, take care of the people in there, try to make sure that they have entertainment and access to electronics and, fucking comic books and, housing and furniture and all that kind of shit. So as a result, these people get taken care of. Now, I could see how if you wanted to use squat house, which does seem like a derogatory term, if they privatized any of this and they turned over some of the money to like a state disability rep who was running a house where people were allowed to shoot up in the same way that I just described the disability location, then how a squat house would be used if privatization had effectively gutted the system and taken it from like what is basically a nice DMV where you can shoot up the minimal amount of drugs necessary in order to go function in society to a privatized home where junkies are just doing drugs out of sight of the public so they don't have to be confronted with their own addictions. Very clearly, that would be a problem that would need to be addressed. And if you paid $2.99, we would know the answer to that. And by the way, I would pay $2.99, but I don't have $2.99 despite Weld QC John giving me, $20 and also Froggy Style giving me some stuff. YouTube pays out once a month. That's in a couple of days. My paycheck is on Thursday, so I have like negative $10. So if Vaush has a few $100,000, I don't want to be held accountable for the same criticism that I'm levied at Vaush. Okay, we are not full-time money yet. All right. Counterpoints. Can you post links in chat as KGW News Oregon cover the facts and unlike Vaush already talked to the Portuguese government? I mean, we can. Yeah. So just remind me when we're done with this segment, and we'll review the article you're talking about. That might negate his autistic contrarian first thought if he read the sources, Cotter. I mean, that's a fair point. What the fuck? Who gets paid on Thursdays? Me. I'll click the link. Hopefully that's not...
Back in November when it was a little colder, back in November of 2020.
Portugal, the drug decriminalization success story Oregon followed, now appears to be in trouble. Do you guys want to watch this on 2 times real quick? I'll do that. Let's watch this really quickly. Just because I'd be curious to get like a steel man that isn't colored by either Anna or Vaush. Let's see if we can get a steel man real quick. All right, non-stardom. Goodbye. I must sleep. I will be back to argue some other time. Appreciate you.
20, in fact, when Oregon voters like me said yes to Measure 110, there was a lot of talk about the great success that the country of Portugal had with a similar idea. But now things have changed in Portugal, and the once proud system doesn't really look so good anymore. Does it give us a glimpse of the future? I don't know, but it's definitely our big story tonight. For progressives in the Northwest, Portugal was a shining example of how much good can be done by decriminalizing using amounts of hard drugs. The argument was this: it's a health issue, not a crime issue. Instead of dealing with police and courts, most people found using drugs in public were given counseling and were able to quickly get into treatment facilities if they wanted that. And Portugal did see dramatic results soon after its new law passed back in 2001. But the Washington Post recently reported that 22 years later, Portugal now struggles with drug users who openly flaunt the law and police who are losing motivation to issue tickets. Sound familiar? It's a story we think is worth your while.
Nice.
Here's the headline: once hailed for decriminalizing drugs, Portugal is now having doubts. The story quotes the mayor of the large West Coast city, Porto, as questioning whether the country should rethink its plan for drugs. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside a school or a hospital. It's forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies, and yet it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs, he said.
Yeah.
According to the article, police say urban visibility of the drug problem is at its worst point in decades. And the state-funded non-government organizations that have mostly taken over responding to the people with addiction, well, the article says they seem less concerned with treatment than with affirming that lifetime drug use should be seen as a human right. The police chief in Porto is quoted as saying, at the end of the day, the police have their hands tied. He added that the situation is now comparable to the years before decriminalization was implemented. The article also states that a newly released national survey shows the percentage of adults using illicit drugs is on the rise. Back in 2001, it was 7.8%. Now it's 12.8%. And overdose rates have hit a 12-year high. This is all super interesting because, of course, Oregon became the first state in America to...
Hold up. All right, so I'm going to do the Vaush thing, okay? I'm going to do the Vaush thing, and I'm going to rip this apart real quick. Okay. The fucking... All right. So let's break this down real quick. So we have a mayor who is saying that he sees a problem with the irony of people not being, being limited in the way that they consume sugar in Europe, which is, of course, pussy shit that they deal with. I mean, probably saves their lives a little bit, but it is pussy shit, being afraid of sugar. And then being prohibited from consuming tobacco, but people are basically allowed to have open air drug use, and the cops are limited in what they can do. He finds a great and terrible irony in that. That's okay, but that's anecdotal. That doesn't mean that society is actually worse off than it was 20 years ago. Same thing with law enforcement, where he says it's as bad as it was 20 years ago. Now, no offense, I'm a former cop. Bad shit can rub you raw. You see a few overdoses, you see a baby die, you see some terrible car accidents, you see some overdoses, you see some suicides, you see some gun crime, you see some stabbings. That can jilt you. And that emotional compromise can basically jilt you in a way in which, and every time you look at a problem, you're just like, fuck these people. I want to go fuck them up. So I also wouldn't trust the anecdotal perspective of a law enforcement officer. So then we get into the stats, and this is the same objection that Vaush had earlier, was that the 7.8 to 12% includes marijuana, and also could be because people are more likely to admit that they are consuming drugs now, that drug consumption has been relatively destigmatized. So that doesn't mean that, drug consumption has actually increased by, 50%. It could just mean that people are more open about it, which is relatively true. Now, that's not to say this isn't a blight. I would much rather have a society that viciously punishes people who are consuming hard drugs in public. Fuck it. I don't give two shit. You're going to the fucking rehab center or you're going to jail tonight, bud. I don't give a flying fuck. You get the carrot or the stick. Whereas it seems like they had more of a pussy approach, and now there's people fucking doing heroin. And because the cops get tired of writing the same citations over and over again, eventually they're just like, dude, I wrote this dude a fucking ticket 10 times. It's fucking voluntary. If I put the information on paper one more time, it's not going to change anything. Fuck it. I'll just let him do drugs in public. So you have cops saying fuck it. And then you have the junkies saying like, well, I exhausted the cops out of giving me a citation. So as a result, who gives a shit? I'm just going to go do fucking heroin outside of the elementary school and nobody can really fuck with me. So fuck them. So this is what happens with like progressives, by the way. Like, I don't ever doubt the intentions of progressives. I think they genuinely think that they have a vision of a better world and they're trying to implement it and all that kind of stuff. I just think that they very rarely think about perverse incentives. And as a result, they create man-made hells. And so when you have, I'm not saying this is literally true. This could just be police hyperbole. But when you have human rights orgs who are responsible for taking care of drug addicts, who are supposed to be getting these people clean, and instead they say, well, we need to destigmatize drug use because hard drug use should just be something that is a human right, then it's like, yeah, you jumped the shark. So you trusted the wrong people with power and now you're getting fucked over. So yeah, so fuck these people. Like obviously I'm not saying it's as bad as it was in 2001, but if the descriptions are correct, then there's obviously still problems that you have to correct for. I was a DMT and LSD user, but I'd never do that in public, mainly because it's not a spectator sport. Oh, dude, fuck yeah, I wouldn't do hallucinogens in public. Are you fucking crazy? The voluntary should only be for a certain amount of citations. I agree with you, X-Rocks. Like, yeah, like you get 5 voluntary citations, and then if you're still consuming drugs in public after like the 6th one, you're going to fucking rehab or you're going to jail, bud. You fucking, we don't let schizophrenics fucking run down the street naked, fucking smacking people with their cocks and fucking screaming obscenities. Why the fuck would we let you shoot drugs on the fucking corner? So sorry, not sorry. But let's continue. Maybe I'm jumping in too early, but I wanted to articulate Vaush's objections because I still think they apply to the story so far.
Decriminalize user amounts of hard drugs here. And it's had, shall we say, a mixed result. So last November, I tracked down the guy who designed Portugal's system, Dr. João Gualm. Back then, he painted a rosy picture of success for his country.
We estimated when this our strategy that included decriminalization was approved, we estimate that we could have 100,000 people using only heroin. That means 1% of our population. Nowadays, we estimate that we can have around 33,000 people using any kind of drug in a problematic way.
So a very significant drop in that drug use. But since that Washington Post article, he's kind of changed his tune and is now publicly admitting things not going all that well in Portugal. Last week, he spoke at Georgetown University at the O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law.
It is true that we are having some difficulties nowadays in supplying timely treatment without waiting lists, for instance. We have a visibility of disorganized users on the streets in Lisbon and in Porto, mostly in the big cities. The
Washington Post article also points out that Portugal slashed its funding of its drug oversight operation back in 2012. It dropped from roughly $83 million a year all the way down to $17 million. That's why most of the drug outreach is now done by nonprofit groups. Dr. Joalem says the cuts were a mistake.
We have more people on the street.
Yeah, so I think this would back Vaush's point that also correlates with the uptick. It literally correlates with the fucking uptick. They cut their fucking budget for timely treatment by 75%. So how can you expect to get the same result with a 75% cut in public funding? So yeah, that I would not view that as a failure of the original intent of the policy. I would view that as libertarians doing what libertarians do. Fucking libertarians. Fucking fiscal conservatives. Hey, bro, I would rather have a city covered in human shit and needles than pay taxes towards fucking homeless people. I would rather drive my fucking from my gated community to my kids' private school, passing fucking slums of shitbags in fucking, tin and tent cities, as long as it means that I don't have to pay public dollars. Thank you, libertarians. Thank you, fiscal conservatives. And by the way, this is not to say that progressives and Democrats don't fucking misspend your money. Don't send it into perverse incentives. Don't send it into fucking bad programs, all that kind of bullshit. I'm not saying that progressives and Democrats are correct. I'm just saying that libertarians genuinely would like to make $1 billion in a gated community and then drive in an armored column from their gated community, like South Africa style, to a fucking private school like 10 miles outside of their compound, and then drive back having to gun down fucking poor people outside of their fucking SUVs for their private fucking PMC contractors that are driving their kids to school back and forth rather than pay taxes. So, which is based on like, in a meme way, in a real way, it's not really great. We'll just stop using it, and then you don't have money for the meth fair. I agree with you. Let them die. Who gives a shit? Fuck them. Good thing we don't run out of money in the U.S. True. Yeah. I got some libertarians who are like, yeah, based. I wanna be a billionaire sending my kids to fucking private school with a PMC gunning down the local plebs. Yeah. All right, chat's liking that too much. Let's finish this up. That's pretty funny though.
And I would say that at a given moment, our political responsibles were convinced that drugs problems in Portugal were solved. Okay? So there was a stagnation or even a decrease. It's not exactly the same decrease that is said in the Washington Post article, but it's not his fault. It's probably we explained the wrong. There was a misunderstanding about the cuts, but in fact we are not investing as much as we should.
Finally, the Washington Post points out that when Portugal launched its decriminalization back in 2001, it had plenty of beds for anyone who needed intensive counseling. There was no wait, but that's not the case today. Sometimes the wait is now as long as a year. So what are your thoughts on the apparent decline of decriminalization success over in Portugal? Are you surprised? Do you think we're seeing some of those very effects right here in Oregon already?
Okay, that was literally not a big deal at all. That was fine. He literally said, we gutted our social safety programs that actually had the good results. As a result, we should refund our programs. We were too confident in the way that we applied cuts. We got the issues now. It was literally not that big of a deal. All right. So let's see if Anna gets there.
It sounds like somebody who is trying to fearmonger would call it.
Why?
Portugal Drug Use Center? I'm having a hard time finding any reference to this.
South side of Porto as an example. The objective is to provide addicts a private place to use outside of public view. But there are unintended consequences, as it enables some to hide their drug addiction from family members who might be able to stage an intervention and help their loved ones get clean. Inside, a 47-year-old man struggled to mix ashy heroin with fragments of crystal crack, crushing both into a souped-up speedball. Observed by a nurse, he took the needle and jabbed it into a vein in his neck. The veins on his hands have dried up, the nurse said, matter-of-factly. I can't use it home, said another person at the center. It causes too much trouble, so I make the drive an hour and a half here. And look, I also don't begrudge.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. I think the argument is that if you provide them a space to do this, where they're overseen by nurses, it is definitely better than them just doing it in a rank alley where they are not being overseen by nurses. I do think there's an argument to be made for the idea that providing them a space to do this does make it less likely that their family or friends would recommend them to treatment. But ultimately, the decision to get treatment is voluntary and up to the person anyway. So it's not really like getting reported by the cops. It's like they already know the option's open. And it probably is better that a nurse is overseeing this guy do the aforementioned neck crack heroin thing. You know, it's probably better for him that the nurse is there. God, what a rough job that must be.
Feel these policies do little to compel people who are addicted to drugs to get clean because.
Yo, that was my takeaway too. I didn't have any objections to the nurse being there, but like nurses are gonna be burnt out, you know? Like you got fucking junkies coming into the shoot up center. Their veins are all blotted out. They're fucking assholes. They tell you to go fuck yourself, you know, and you're like, you're supposed to shoot up the clean stuff. And they're like, go fuck yourself. And you're like, well, I hope you kill yourself. Have a good day. That's all you could expect after half a decade to a decade being the drug nurse at the local public use hostel. Oh man, that's fun.
Fact of the matter is that's really not what these government-funded organizations are interested in doing, and they're clear about that.
What?
In the tourist quarter, in the shadow of Porto's fortress-like cathedral, a social worker with a government-funded nonprofit handed out clean syringe packages to people who use heroin.
Oh, dude, she's like full on doing the Republican thing right now. She's doing the thing where like, hey, providing them clean needles means the government actually wants them to stay addicts and not, they want to reduce HIV infection
Come on,
rates.
Vaush.
She's actually just doing the Republican thing.
No.
Yeah. Who wrote the Washington Post article that she's citing right now? By Anthony Fiola. Hold on. I'm gonna take a Hail Mary at this one. A correspondent. Rome bureau chief for the Washington Post. All right. Any information on this guy? I'm just curious if he has any,
check the early life
ideological
section.
inclinations. There's the Portugal thing. Talking about Tunisia. No. He doesn't seem to be a crank. At least not the kind who tweets obvious stuff that I could find in exactly 2 seconds. Okay.
Nice try.
Providing clean needles is not.
You know what? I respect the hustle, okay? Because sometimes you go to somebody's public profile, they have their pronouns in bio. They got BLM rainbow flags in the fucking in the top part. They got fucking they tweet fringe all the fucking time, so you can just scroll down and be like, okay, I understand who this person is and what their ideology is. I respect the grind. As a matter of fact, listen, I'll take the L right here. I'll admit to the L. So we went to we were covering the Durham report, and there was this guy bitching about how much the Durham report cost because it was like $6 million. And I was like, how much is this motherfucker worth? All these congressional people are fucking crony, nepotistic, evil, corrupt fucks, and they take money and they fleece the modern American people and they do insider trading and all that kind of shit. And then I looked up the person who was bitching about the price tag, and he's worth like $500,000. And it's like, bro, how have you been like a senator or a congressman for like 2 decades and you're still broke as fuck? What the fuck? That's pretty funny. Does chat keep fucking up for anyone else? They might have pronouns and they might tweet for the NH Libertarian Party. True. Does Vaush misrepresent the conservative position like a lot? Oh yeah, of course. Of course, yeah. Wired misfit, yeah. Anybody to the right of Bernie Sanders is a fucking Nazi, so. But let's find out if Anna Kasparian is a Nazi.
Not the government trying to get people to shoot up. It's the government trying to keep them from getting AIDS.
No, It's a nonprofit. If you were paying attention, if you listened to the Oregonian segment, if you paid $3 for the Washington Post fucking segment, you would realize that they fucking deregulated the fucking thing by 75%. So the point is that they went from public institutions that were properly funded that didn't have a fucking wait time, and they cut it by 75% and they pushed it over to nonprofits. And the nonprofits, all they want is they want their fucking government dollary dues so they can keep out handing fucking needles and pipes to the homeless. They don't give a fuck about solving the issue. Whereas the publicly funded hospitals, relatively speaking, did want to solve the issue. So, you know, you can get something for cheap, you can get it fast, or you can get it good. Pick two. That's something my fucking editor taught me. And so the government program was fast and good, but it wasn't cheap. And then Portugal decided to go with cheap, so it's not fast and it's not good. So, yeah. Yeah, and I'm not going to stop the stream, so for the people who are dealing with YouTube chat, just refresh your shit. Just click on the URL and fucking reload.
Oh, yeah, and you guys in chat have been pointing out that apparently the funding for these drug rehabilitation programs has been cut massively in the past 12 years, where they saw this initial surge in social...
Oh, Taze is asking me, because he's the person who taught me that thing, do you think that, basically, can you culturally accept this shit too much? Yeah. 100%. If I found somebody shooting up needles in front of my kid's fucking school, I'm chasing them off with a fucking broom or a baseball bat. And I'm asking the cops to fucking, I'll tell the cops, like, hey, you can arrest me or you can arrest him, but he's not hanging out in front of the fucking elementary school shooting up, I'll tell you that. Nothing you can do. It happens on other streams too, just some YouTube bullshit problem. Yeah, just reload the page. But yeah, absolutely. You can accept horrific shit in society and then just let society degrade and get worse and get worse and get worse. And no, I'm not gonna do that shit. P is stored in the balls. That's true, DH. No, so yeah, you don't accept drug addicts fucking leaving needles and crack pipes in your fucking public spaces at all. Taze, you're saying, what I'm saying is that the issue with the rehab could be that they couldn't handle the influx. You say that, but they cut funding by 75%, and at least in like 2002, 2003, they had open beds. So I think part of the reason why, if you actually go back in the stream, I'm not going to go back, but he was looking at the chart, and the chart basically had that they were groovy up until 2012. They cut funding by 75%, and then they lost half of the ground gained. So, yeah, like I think that I don't think that the volume was a problem. I think it was whether or not they were actually paying and doing it.
Social well-being, they moved money out of the program, and as a consequence of that, I imagine that the outcomes would get worse.
True.
When crack pipes are available, the social workers give them out. There's no judgment, few questions, and no pressure to embrace change. Now, summing up that philosophy.
Yeah, why would the nurses be there to judge them? That's not the nurse's job. The nurse's job is to oversee, to
You're not even talking about the nurses, Vaush. You're not paying attention. You're being too contrarian. He's talking about the fucking non-governmental workers handing out pipes and needles in the public space.
Therapeutic models and how to get addicts to like change, and you can't pressure them into it. You have to incentivize them because ultimately it is their choice.
Yeah, the thinking Sabercat leftist mafia thinks they're grifting. I don't think they're grifting. I just think Anna Kasparian. Listen, I'm not saying this to be mean. I love that Anna Kasparian is a bitch. I love that she fucking goes off on people. I love it when she fucking goes off on people that I fucking hate. It's fantastic. I think it's fucking great. When she goes off on shit that I think is stupid, of course I don't like it. But I don't think she's grifting at all. I think that's part of the problem. She believes it, and people keep attacking her, and so she triples down.
It's a harm reduction thing. If you just kind of shove them into rehab, it doesn't tend to work. You need to build a platform that makes them feel as though there's some worth in trying to make their life better.
Good to see you,
Hey, Vaush,
Israel.
Portuguese person here, this is mostly bullshit. What I'm saying or what she's saying, to be clear.
A woman named Luisa Neves, who's the president of one of these nonprofits, said, quote, "You have to respect the user. If they want to use, it is their right."
Gross.
Yeah, it literally legally is their right. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, no, this is like basic psych stuff. Yeah, yeah, this is basic psych stuff. Yeah. If they want to use it, is their right.
What's wrong with the mic?
In the
Hold on, tell me what's wrong with the mic. We've already been fucking with this shit. Audio input capture, we're good to go. The default mic is NVIDIA broadcast. Taze, what's wrong with the fucking mic? There shouldn't be anything with the fucking mic. Okay, all right. Yeah, fuck that guy then. It sounds somewhat quiet and muffled. Yeah, so Pedro Dalla, not to be rude. Welcome aboard, by the way. The reason why it sounds quiet and muffled, I can turn it up on my gain a little bit, but I also don't want to blast out your earballs. We are using something called noise filtration or something like that. It's like noise dampener or something like that. It's through NVIDIA broadcast. And your options are sounding a little bit muffled, or you can hear me breathing and hear me typing. So I think that you would probably prefer to hear me a little bit muffled, but not hear me breathing and typing. Not that like I'm a fucking mouth breather or whatever, but still, like when people go, you know, you don't want to hear that shit.
The job of these drug use houses is to make sure they're doing it in as safe a way as is possible, given these constraints. That's the point.
Now, I think safe injection sites are important, incredibly important, in preventing the spread of deadly diseases. Okay. But how these sites are operated matters a lot, and we'll get to what I mean by that in just a moment. And while I want to reiterate that these policies were passed with the absolute best intentions, the unintended consequences are hard to ignore in recent years, but they can be fixed.
Wait, somebody just linked something interesting. Apparently the Cato Institute sent a letter to the Washington Post rebuking the Cato Institute is like the libertarian, like neocon, free speech and no taxes think tank, and they sent a letter trying to rebuke this. Oh, a lot of these arguments I just made. Portugal's adult drug use lower than the European average. Drug overdoses over like lifetime drug use. Overdose deaths have increased between 2019 and 2023, but they have all around the world. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, in the span of just a week, this got like,
Now, over the last 18 months, a drug encampment in Porto sprung up below a school. More homes have been burgled. One neighbor said she found a person naked from the waist down, shooting up outside her house gate. Residents have launched US-style neighborhood watches and hired private security guards, something exceedingly rare in Europe.
This is fear-mongering drivel right here.
Oh, fuck off.
Drug
Pussy.
use is high, is elevating everywhere. The idea that like specifically here, like, oh, people are fearful. Well, that's not data, is it? This is anecdote shit. Here's one instance of a person who saw someone naked shooting up. Okay? I grew up in Los Angeles. Grow up. Like, Jesus Christ, like, seriously?
No.
That's the rebuke of the whole nationwide policy?
No. And this is exactly why conservatives will never, ever, 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 ever side with progressives and leftists. So, because Vaush is being contrarian and Anna is shocked that a non-governmental organization is saying that drug use is a human right, which we can talk about legality versus principle, but what she's saying is that, like, no, it's not a fucking human right. It's not even a privilege. It's not even a right to have. We're tolerating your use because we're expecting that you are going to take care of your shit and get better, and so we're going to give you some carrot and stick options in order to get you off of drugs so you don't destroy your fucking life. It's not a human right. So, it's not a human right to be a burden on everybody else. Back in the day, we used to just fucking smash your head with a rock or fucking exile you. So just because you grew up in fucking Beverly Hills, by the way, but Los Angeles, right? Just because you grew up in LA and you're used to fucking homeless people doing hard drugs on the fucking street doesn't mean that the rest of us want to fucking live that way. And so what I would say is that people forming, because Europe is a relatively chill place, people forming neighborhood watches in order to make sure that drug addicts don't enter their private residences, and people paying private security in order to make sure that they don't have people fucking naked doing drugs and leaving needles and smoking crack pipes, that is something of note. And not only that, it's completely morally justified. And so I think Vaush over here would probably not appreciate that. he probably wouldn't think it was a good idea to do these things. And it would, be sympathetic and give them a sandwich and talk to them about their lives and help them out and suggest they get to a treatment facility and all that kind of shit. But after you find human shit on your fucking doorstep half a dozen times, you're going to get sick of that shit. And no offense to liberals and progressives and Democrats and shit, but y'all are fucking pussies. You let your fucking downtown areas become, like, not that Orlando downtown is that much better. Orlando downtown is fucking horrible. But you let your fucking downtown areas get fucking dominated by people shitting in the fucking street and doing hard drugs. Like, no offense, but any conservative worth their fucking salt, one, they're not going to live there because fuck that. But then two, if they do live there, they're going to chase those people away with fucking sticks. Because they don't want to step in human shit and needles and fucking crack pipes in order to take their kids to school. It's not something that most rational human beings are going to tolerate. And the fact that you would tolerate it is cringe. Giga fucking cringe. So, I'm all for helping out as many people as possible from like a utilitarian communitarian framework. I am not for devolving into a fucking shithole because of like espoused progressive values. Like, go fuck yourself. I'm not being critical, but you might just want to blow out your nose. I could be getting sick, but no. Stop being critical about my fucking voice. Make me self-conscious. I'm a very sensitive person. Ugh. I live in Oregon. The insanity is real and people are being wrecked. Yeah. Yeah. And so you're ultimately asked to like disbelieve your own eyes. Like I went to go visit my friends in New York. Fair enough. It was like 5-10 years ago, but I go visit them in New York. There's a human turd on the fucking sidewalk. There's smashed glass on the fucking ground. There's a passed out woman on the fucking subway. She's like a Dominican immigrant. Her tongue is like on the fucking seat because she probably worked a 60-hour week, so she fucking passed out. Obviously, the problems of capitalism has nothing to do with New York being a fucking human rat's nest. It's all capitalism. And that's sarcastic if you can't tell. And so this is just normal. And then, a guy who thinks that he can fucking sing but can't sing, jumps on the fucking train and starts singing to everybody and says God bless, and it's very cringe and terrible. Yeah, no, I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live in a human rat's nest, so sorry. You live like that, I'm not going to live like that. And if you try to make me live like that, I'm going to hit the people with sticks. So the actual reports isn't data. Yeah, data is the culmination of anecdotes. You pull them all together. Yeah. You assume Vaush actually cares about anything he talks about. As a former fan, I assure you he doesn't. It's just his job. Oh, Pedro. You're more cynical than I am. I may have popped a couple of pills and smoked a lot of grass, but goddamn, the pusher man. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. Y'all are having fun in chat. Keep having fun in chat.
Some people have gotten security guards. Bro, you know where it's really common for people to hire private security? Beverly Hills. You know why? Beverly Hills is full of paranoid rich lunatics who are terrified of their shiny cars getting scratched. So they'll spend $150,000 a year hiring burly dudes in suits to sit around their pristine mansions and pristine garages doing nothing. This is not...
Counterpoints. Don't Texas, Florida, and other states literally send homeless people to California, New York? Well, yeah, based. Y'all take them. You fucking love them. You wanna give them all the social services? We'll give you all the homeless people in the fucking world. Take them. Because we're gonna hit them with sticks, which is not very nice. It's not nice. And like I say this like I'm a fucking edgy person who's gonna hit a homeless person person with a stick. Literally, my mom is such a sweet lady. We went to. My mom came to town. We went bowling. We touched grass. We did all that kind of shit. And she saw a homeless person, and I was my normal mean self. And I was like, yeah, fuck that. Like, I don't want to incentivize bad behavior. And she's like, no, give him lunch. So we had some leftover food. We gave it to him and all that kind of stuff. And he was nice. He was thankful. So it's like over here, I'm talking about how I'll chase a guy away from my neighborhood with a fucking stick. I'm not literally going to do that. Okay. I'm not literally going to chase homeless people away from my neighborhood with a fucking stick. But I'm also not going to incentivize a society in which it's permissive for that man to hang out in a public space and do hard drugs unmolested by law enforcement or the public. That is not happening. So yeah, fuck off with that. Well, QC John is going to bed. I'm heading to bed. 2 acres worth of hay bales, a stack, and hickory tree to cut down and cut up tomorrow. I'll watch the rest went up. Thank you, bud. Thanks for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. 07's in chat to Well QC John. Oh, man. You'd hit a cyclist before a homeless person. That's pretty funny. All right, sorry. We need to keep pressing.
This is literally just anecdote. This is narrativization. I reject this.
Police deployed in force to the area 3 months ago to crack down on dealers who can be and are being arrested. Patrol cars are now stationed in the neighborhood 24 hours a day, scattering people using drugs.
Wow, that's a very exceptional and definitely Portuguese specific thing. Police officers arresting dealers and scattering drug users. That is definitely a thing that only happens in Portugal, and it does not happen elsewhere, okay? From my personal experience living in and near Hollywood, and in Humboldt and Seattle, these things just don't happen here. It's a Portugal thing. That's how you know it's because of the decriminalization policy.
She's never said that. She's never fucking said that.
And the mayor of Porto recounts a contradiction spurred by the policy that sounds honestly all too familiar to those living in coastal cities in Western United States.
Oh, well, hey, look at that.
These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside of school or a hospital. It is forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies. And yet it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs. We've normalized it.
So this is literally like, here's a dude,
a description
saying
of
shit,
reality.
I'm just gonna cite it. I don't think in Portugal they've normalized being naked from the waist down, injecting heroin into their dick hole. I don't think they have. I don't think that's true. Can you not recognize Republican boomer speak when you see it? Can you not recognize the language of reactionaries? Like, isn't it obvious? These days, you know, they don't even let the Bible into school, but you can open up a book and see genitals drawn right there. That's the woke agenda for you, Kyriak. Oh, wow, you know, it's you can just walk around the street and yell at people, but you can't even do that. Like, it's outrage bait.
Okay. So this is what's frustrating to me. There was a documentary recently where somebody went to downtown Portland. A healthy chunk of the businesses are shuttered. Now, the reason why they're shuttered, this is actually pretty interesting, is partially because of COVID, because a lot of the downtown space was offices, and most people have started doing work from home. So as a result, you have less people downtown. Makes sense. Who's the guy reacting to TYT? Well, my name's Connor. I run the Counterpoints channel. That is Vaush. He runs Vaush. His name is Ian. He's a nice and funny fellow, but I hate his politics. And he was in a shit-flinging match with this gal, Anna Kasparian. So I'm throwing some poop back at him because I feel like he was very, very mean and rude. So he says it's not a big deal. It's an exaggeration. Don't worry about it. Who gives a fuck? And Vaush lives in fucking, Humboldt County. I'd have to Google exactly where the fuck that is. But literally just, here's a bunch of trash. Here's a bunch of volunteers picking up trash from homeless encampments. Here's a homeless encampment downtown. Here's some homeless folks just living on the side of the street. This is all next to office parks and office buildings. I'm assuming the drug use there is, relatively high. Now, obviously, there's a fucking cost of living crisis. That's part of the problem is we don't have sufficient housing and our jobs don't pay enough and all that kind of stuff. But downtown areas are also covered in people who are doing drugs and shitting in the bushes and pissing in the street and collecting trash and not working. That's a problem. So when they tell you it's not a problem, don't worry about it, you're basically asked to deny your fucking eyeballs. So no, I'm not going to deny my eyeballs. You can say 70 or 80% of these people are people who fucking, they didn't luck out and they got fucked over by life and all that kind of shit. You can tell me that shit. I'll probably believe you. That doesn't change the fact that you have human beings living in downtown areas, sleeping on cots and tents, shitting and pissing in public, and doing hard drugs in public. It's an issue. It has to be fixed. And it can't just be fixed by handing out crack pipes and handing out fucking crack pipes and meth pipes and clean syringes and then saying, oh yeah, the HIV rate went down. Well, of course it went down. You gave them clean paraphernalia through which to do their hard drugs. Great. Now they can do drugs without some of the negative consequences of doing hard drugs. You haven't solved any of the fucking problems. So for him to just be like, oh yeah, this is reactionary. It's like, bro, do you leave the apartment? Like do you even leave the apartment? Because honestly, like, I think people are they've been trying to get Vaush to do public speaking events. They've tried to do like modern day debates. They've tried to get him out to different speaking events, and he won't go. And he's like, I don't want to travel. I don't want to get a headache and all that kind of stuff. Well, it's like, do you leave the apartment? Because if you don't leave the apartment, if you don't go to the fucking rough areas, if you don't see this with your eyes, then why the fuck would I trust your opinion on this? Cost of living makes people junkies? No, cost of living does not make people junkies. But what can happen is underpaid people who are working can no longer be able to rent the house. They can't afford to move out. They can get depressed. They can do drugs with their friends in order to fight their depression. They can become addicted, and then they can become homeless. Yeah. So, listen, I'm not saying it's like causative. I'm saying it's correlative. I don't give a fuck. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do hard drugs. Smoke pot, drink alcohol. That's pretty much it. Don't do anything else. This is why Vaush obviously did no research in the right-wing government he claims isn't right at all. They're more left than Bernie Sanders. Yeah, of course. Of course. But, like, they did cut the drug treatment program by 75%. You can't say that doesn't have an effect. Ignore the public masturbator when you walk out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Cause 22. California also passed laws making looting under $1,000 a misdemeanor. Yeah, so they're incentivizing property crime. Yeah, it's insane. So progressives, I don't have like progressives that I don't doubt their intentions. I've never doubted a progressive's intentions in my life, except for the ones who are like, obviously they shit talk straight white males and they're just fucking racist in the woke direction. But their outcomes are fucking disastrous. Yeah. Told you, I agree with you that anybody who does not know about history but likes to talk politics is basically an asshole. So, if the shoe fits, wear that one.
The mayor of Porto is a right-winger? Yeah, of course he is. You can tell just by reading this. It's fear-mongering.
Roland Stott, you have not missed everything. We're still in the middle of it.
Society has slipped. It has degenerated. Even though Portugal has lower rates of drug overdose than the rest of Europe, or than the...
Frank Etwes, you're kind of shitposting in chat, so yeah, I'll catch you up. So the decriminalization in Portugal largely worked up until 2012. They basically cut their overdose deaths and they cut HIV by 90% for intravenous drug use. They cut something, I think it was like overdose deaths by like 75% up until like 2012. And then they cut the programs by 75% in 2012. They transferred it to non-government organizations, and then they lost half of the ground that they gained. So that's what Anna is talking about, and Vaush is trying to call her a fucking Nazi, but it's fucking dumb. Oh, and Counterpoints. I am John Jacob on Twitter. We've been going back and forth. Oh, sweet. Good to have you in chat. All right, let's continue.
The European average. Here, we've normalized it. For some reason, it's normalized here and not elsewhere, despite us having lower rates of drug overdose. Yeah, no, it's bullshit. This is what I mean about media analysis. Being able to look at this and immediately understand that it's an irrational argument.
Not irrational to not want
this
shit
sounds
on
like
your
Tucker
fucking
Carlson
sidewalk.
shit from where I am. Oh my God, literally. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside a school or a hospital. It is forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies. And yet, it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs.
Oh, Frank Etwes, I'm with you. Stopping overdose death doesn't mean stopping drug abuse. Yeah, I'm with you. Let them all kill themselves. I got you. Understood. 07. Darwin, give them all heroin. Let them all kill themselves. I understood. Copy.
We've normalized it. Now, see there, when I say it in his voice, instantly it becomes recognized. Why? What is going on? Who consented to this? Who agreed?
By the way, the mayor of Porto does not want to reverse the decriminalization law in Portugal.
What are we talking about?
But he is calling for some tweaks, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Now, even the head of Portugal's National Institute on Drug Use and the very architect of the decriminalization policy in the country admitted to local press in December that, quote, what we have today no longer serves as an example to anyone.
The program's funding being cut by an enormous amount. might have something to do with this.
Let her
Like,
talk.
Can we have some? You know what? I actually want the full interview. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Joao Go Lao.
It's Portuguese. We shouldn't care.
Drug use. What we have today is, because that gets you the quote exactly. No longer serves. That should be enough. Let's find the full context here. Oh, the first thing that pops up is the Washington Post article. I just feel like you could reasonably understand that this could be in reference to...
Okay, Frank, stop fighting me. Okay? I don't give a fuck. Just to give you my model so we can catch up on this so we don't have to play footsie and fucking chat so I don't get one guide all fucking night. I think you do decriminalize possession, but you have carrot and a stick for law enforcement officers, meaning that you can do a civil citation, you can confiscate their drugs, you can refer them to rehab or whatever, but guess what? First 3 times you get caught in public doing hard drugs, we're going to confiscate your shit, we're going to give you a public citation, and we're going to refer you to rehab. After the 3rd time, it's no longer voluntary. You're going to rehab or you're going to jail. That's boom. There you go. Then, when it comes to traffickers, you basically gut them. You go after them super fucking hard. You get caught fucking dealing, you're in jail 5, 10, 20 years. You're locked up. You're gone. Then, what I would say is you decriminalize marijuana, you tax the shit out of it, you throw it into education, and you throw it into funding the incarceration. So, I'm okay with decrim for local people. Oh yeah, and then we were also talking about like the Swiss model earlier, where you actually you have a ramp out. Well, then Frank Etris, then throw them in fucking jail. Yeah, put them in the Coliseum. Who gives a shit? You're probably like 2 hours behind rolling stats. The other one, this is kind of a joke, but I would do it if people allowed me. I would go with Sitch's drug hotels. You show up to the drug hotel. We'll literally get you the most primo fucking drugs ever, but you're not allowed to leave. You literally just sit there and fucking do drugs all day. It'll be a cinder block house. You'll have a fucking bed and a TV and a rec room in an area. You can sit there, do drugs all day until you fucking OD and die. We'll fucking throw your corpse in a fucking cardboard box, burn it, and fucking spread out the fucking ashes. But you as a junkie, it might be heaven. You got medical attention. You can do as much fucking drugs as you want. It could be great. But if you want to leave, you got to get clean. So that's Sitch's drug hotel idea. It's basically like a voluntary jail where junkies can do as many drugs as they want to do. But then if they want to leave, they got to get clean. So I'm okay with that. It's fine.
To a lot, and not just the program was a bad idea to begin with. Can't you afford to read the WAPO article? I am not giving those pieces of shit my money.
Oh my God.
His words, not mine. But he's not ready to fully reverse the policy, and I'd agree with him. Instead, he wants to make improvements, and there are 2 things that stand out to me while looking at this story closely. For one, the program started with the government carrying out services following decriminalization.
Somebody linked the cached version. Here we go. Admitted to the local press in December that what we have today no longer serves as an example to anyone. Rather than fault the policy, however, he blames a lack of funding.
Is Anna about to say that literally right now? This is the problem. This is the problem, man. This is the fucking problem. It's laziness, man. It's fucking laziness. I am listening to what Anna is saying. I am listening to what Vaush is saying. I am not high right now, and I am not drunk right now. I am paying attention to what both of these fucks are saying. Vaush is not listening. He heard the descriptive preamble, didn't like the fact that it led people to potentially a conservative outlook, and is not listening to Anna when she is backing the fucking person that he wants to back to. So let's see. Because honestly, I would love it if Vaush pays attention, listens to what Anna says, realizes that she led everybody down this path in order to make them think, oh, maybe Portugal's bad. Maybe Portugal's bad. Who knows? Maybe it's bad. Maybe we need to rethink all of this. And then Anna fucking yanks out the rug in order to keep people's attention, to keep it interesting, to keep it fun, and then ends up siding with the fucking guy who designed the policy and thinks that there needs to be reforms. Let's see if that's what Anna does. Let's see if that's what Vaush does. If Vaush ignores Anna siding with the reform that this guy is recommending, then we basically know that he's not paying attention. Oof. Watching this delay, just at this point you made about Vaush refusing to actually see the homeless issue on point made, he's pretty much afraid of being uncomfortable. You know. Dude, you legit don't understand how Vaush works if you're saying this? Explain it to me. Explain it to me. I'm the idiot saying if you ever want to learn what orgs are pushing for sex ed curriculum outside of Florida. What? Y'all are having fights that I don't even know where you're at. This Mayor Vaush thinks to the right wing he's not a centrist, or he's a centrist for the Portuguese Independent Party. His party sides with the center-right conservative People Party, but it's not a right-wing party. Yeah, I don't even give a shit. Right-wingers are allowed to have opinions. It's not bad to be right-wing. Are you shitting me? Ugh.
Anna?
Let her finish the
Maybe
sentence.
missing a little bit of vital context contained in the very next sentence.
I'm going to laugh if he fucking eats these next words and just ignores it. Let's watch.
Entire time you've been building this up as some kind of indictment of the underlying policy, and he's just saying we need more money?
Wait until she says her next sentence.
Curious.
I'm curious about you.
Thank you to the person who linked that.
But later outsource the
Dishonest
work
piece of
to
shit.
nonprofits. So
Hold on.
But later outsource the
Dishonest
work
piece of
to
shit.
nonprofits. So Portugal decentralized its drug oversight operation in 2012. A funding drop from 82.7 million to 17.4 million.
Jesus, that's like an 80% cut. Oh my God.
It's like
Forced Portugal's main institution to outsource work previously done by the state to nonprofit groups, including the street teams that engage with people who use drugs. The cut in funding
At least she acknowledged the funding cut, bad framing aside. Okay, if she was being honest here, this would have opened as a story about how deregulation and privatizing government work ends up drastically reducing public health outcomes. Because that is exactly what she would have done a year ago and exactly what she would do as a template for any other instance where like a...
Dude, literally. This could be an authorial choice. This could be a narrative choice where you just decide to lead people down the wrong path in order to switch up on them at the last moment. That way you seize their attention, you get them to seriously contemplate the criticisms of their worldview, but then become informed with something new. So now, instead of admitting that Anna just said that we should properly fund and that the programs have been cut by fucking 75% or whatever the fuck, instead of acknowledging that there's nothing wrong that Anna did, instead, he attacks the framing that he himself bought into, assuming that the framing is going to turn everybody into a fucking Tucker Carlson fucking Nazi because they heard that people have shit on the fucking ground, needles on the ground, crack pipes on the ground, the cops are discouraged, the mayor's discouraged, and people don't like people doing hard drugs in their fucking backyards. That's all that was said. Is that fucking homeless people are doing hard drugs in fucking public and people don't like it. Like honestly, I'm wondering how long is this original video? Like obviously we've been pausating the shit out of this, but let's take a look. Anna Kasparian, Portugal decriminalization video. Addiction explodes in Portugal.
When you look at a
Okay, so this is clickbaity because guess what? You're on YouTube. You're trying to get clicks. So I know you can't see because of my face. But addiction explodes in Portugal as decriminalization suffers major hiccups. So you're trying to get people to click. And if you use the single stat, you can say that drug addiction has increased by 50%. So that is a significant increase. And also, if you look at 2012 to 2015, they literally lost 30% of the fucking ground that they needed to. So addiction explodes in Portugal. Okay, why? There could be 10,000 reasons why. Anna hasn't gotten there yet. She's just described the problem. Then, as decriminalization suffers major hiccups, and she's talked about the optical hit that decriminalization has taken, the same way that the dude from Oregon who was a progressive who voted for decriminalization talked about it. And so he's literally fucking shitting his pants over the framing. Because she framed it in an edgy way. How dare you, Anna, walk us through the descriptive problems of decriminalization with drugs and what critics are citing, and then use that as the clickbait and the interesting story that you then use to talk about defunding. You rancid witch. Are you fucking shitting me? Like, honestly, like, I'm talking too much. I need to let this fucking play to see if he reels it back in or see if she fucking goes where I think she's going. But honestly, considering how fucking edgy this motherfucker is about the shit that he talks about, this is fucking wild. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He has some of the most hyperbolic, I'd have to Google the word acerbic, but acerbic, aggressive, shitty fucking rhetoric on the fucking planet in order to get people to pissed off so they'll talk about whatever he's talking about, and he's fucking shitting his pants because fucking Anna let in a little bit edgily and a little bit fucking conservative before bringing it back to a fucking progressive talking point. Are you fucking shitting me? All right. Let's see if this goes the way that I think it's going to. And by the way, keep me on it. Because if Anna triples down and she's like, yeah, fuck homeless people, let's beat them with sticks, like I said earlier, I'll eat crow. And if she doesn't address the fucking defunding, even though she just showed it on the screen, I'll eat crow. Happily. I will happily take the L. I will happily eat shit on fucking stream.
The government like massively cut funding to a program and then like everything got worse. Also, look at how little money was being put into this program. 82.7 million? I know that Portugal is a much smaller country than America, but holy shit, you were the envy of the world in terms of drug outcomes for 82.7 million a year? Jesus Christ. That's not a lot, even for Portugal. But then, no doubt, like, austerity politics ghouls in Portugal were like, well, no, actually, wouldn't it be better if, like, we spent less money? And now things have gotten worse, and if she was being honest, that would have been front-loaded. But we're 12 minutes in, and she's mentioning the funding cuts incidentally, like it's, well, you know, things have changed.
Oh, wow,
after
nice
all this
frame.
fear-mongering bullshit about, this one neighborhood had a guy who shot up naked, you know?
Teams that engage with people who use drugs. The cut in funding quite clearly had a terrible impact and weakened Portugal's successful program.
Okay.
Also, speaking from personal experience here in Los Angeles, leaning on publicly funded nonprofits to carry out the job is a terrible idea. For one, there tends to be a lot of waste. Just look at the insane six-figure salaries of the executives for these nonprofits.
Don't buy this bullshit, okay? This is internally inconsistent.
Bullshit.
If the problem here was the funding shift, she never would have done the fear-mongering stuff.
Oh, bullshit.
This is being done as like a post hoc acknowledgement, you know? No. So what are the conclusions she's going to arrive at?
How much money they take home every year. Paid for by the taxpayer, of course. Also
What? How? Okay, dude, I have to ask how. How do you know this is not part of the authorial intent? How do you know that she wasn't specifically talking about the challenges of decriminalization and the issues of the issues associated with the decriminalization program that can go wrong if you fuck over funding? How do you know that this was not authorial intent and it's actually rhetorical bad faith and she's actually trying to create crypto-fascist Nazis out of framing an argument interestingly before you come to a progressive solution? Why are you making that assumption? Is it because you built your video around that assumption before you finally got to it? This isn't even a bad take. Not even fucking bad. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Ah. Okay.
these nonprofits would no longer serve a purpose and would no longer receive government grants if drug abuse issues were solved. We certainly wouldn't need as many of them if these issues were mitigated through other means. There is an inevitable conflict of interest, and I'd rather have a centralized government program. Luckily, Portugal is headed in the right direction and is now moving to create a new institute aimed at reinvigorating its drug prevention programs.
Okay.
As with many liberal US cities, Portugal's lack of emphasis on rehabilitation while pursuing harm reduction strategies is also proving to be a problem. The number of users being funneled into drug treatment in Portugal has sharply fallen, going from a peak of 1,150 in 2015 to 352 in 2021, the most recent year available. And what about
It's like the funding cuts? A little bit?
So-called dissuasion commissions, the commissions I mentioned earlier that are supposed to, talk to people and try to encourage them to get clean? Well, of 24 street people who, by the way, that's the Washington Post's wording, not mine, but of the 24 people who use drugs and were asked by the Post, not one said they'd ever appeared before one of Portugal's dissuasion commissions envisioned as conduits to funnel people with addiction into rehab. Now look, identifying the flaws, the current flaws in Portugal's—
Yeah, just random group of 24 people that a random colonist talked to in the street, I guess. But also funding cuts.
Decriminalization model is critical if we want to avoid circling back to destructive war on drug policies. Some of the earliest adopters of liberal drug policies, unfortunately, have now begun reversing course. Consider lawmakers in Amsterdam and how they decided to institute a ban on smoking pot in public places. I mean, honestly, that reversal seems a bit overboard, but it's also worth noting Norway's decision to implement a Portugal-like plan to decriminalize drugs. Well, that fell apart in 2021. And cities across the US have implemented, in their minds, Portugal's model because of how successful it was in the beginning. And to be fair, I'd be shocked if municipal lawmakers were aware of the latest data and how it demonstrates otherwise.
No, see, this is what I mean with the inconsistency. She's like, oh yeah, by the way, they cut the funding by 80%. And then she goes on to talk about the program broadly as though it failed. The program didn't fail, it succeeded massively. The program got defunded. So she keeps she'll acknowledge the defunding and she'll acknowledge that, but then she'll go right back to going like, oh, well, the system's failing because, they don't do these things. And also see how it's failed lately and look at how it's failed and look at all these scary stories of homeless people, doing drugs. This one story of a guy shooting up in the neck, what does that have to do with the funding cut at all?
I'm going to lose it.
Wouldn't this have made a lot more sense if the whole thing opened with her going, hey, remember how Portugal was a global model for drug rehabilitation? Well, the neoliberals got to them, cut funding to the program, and you'll never guess it, guys. Privatizing government work usually leads to worse outcomes. Take a look at how all of these things in Portugal have gotten worse. It just so happens to correspond to an 80% funding decrease. Isn't that the easy thing to say? Really though, all of this extra stuff of the fear monger and the, oh, look how it didn't work. Why not just say that? That's a correct position to take.
In fact, numbers coming out of states like Oregon make it pretty clear that they are unaware of some of these issues and flaws.
Of defunding, the issues and flaws that you've been citing are directly attributable to the funding cut. So why are you acting like that's a fundamental problem with the program?
I'm gonna fucking lose it. Vaush is literally not paying attention to what's being said. Dude, this is why you have to debate, man. This is why you have to debate. Because if you were in a fucking debate, and this is actually why I'm kind of disappointed in Anna, right? Because Anna's not fucking debating. In a debate, this would fall flat. You couldn't just jerk off your fucking audience repeatedly, slamming home the same fucking 5 points. Let me summarize Anna's points as I understand them. She cares about I don't want to preview my shit for you. That's going to be new content coming out. Rehabilitation versus harm reduction. What she is saying is that you need to focus on getting drug users, people who are abusing drugs, to stop abusing drugs and to stop affecting the public. That is rehabilitation. Again, habilitate. Live. You are trying to get to these people to live again in a way that is conducive to society. She has acknowledged that 75% of the funding for these programs were cut and that rehabilitation was transferred from the public to non-governmental organizations. Now, Vaush and her disagree. He says that NGOs are perfectly fine. She is saying that there are perverse incentives related to NGOs where they want to keep getting their fucking government dollary dues in order to render the services that they're going to render. They don't actually want to solve the problem. So she would like it to be a centralized government authority that is more concerned with solving the problem than with perpetuating the problem for funding. That is what she has said. Then she does mention the fucking the slashing of funds. Then he bitches about the framing because it seemed like she was doing something that was going to bring up the problems, which is fine. It's fine to bring up problems. What the fuck is the problem with being descriptive about problems? There's no fucking problem with talking about problems. This is a pure lefty brain fucking bullshit where if you talk about problems, it must mean that you want to kill everybody involved in the story. It's pure lefty fucking brain rot. It's because he's been jerking off fucking retards in his fucking fortress for the past fucking decade as they fucking throw dollary dues and ad revenue at him. This is fucking lazy, shitty content. He's literally not paying attention to what the fuck is being said. Then, why don't you do it, Vaush? Why don't you do it? If it's so fucking easy to relay news stories, and to read stories, and to, convey information, why don't you do it? Young Turks does this all the time. And they probably went with their narrative the way they did for a specific reason. They said, hey, you remember that good thing that we used to like? There's been some problems with it. Let me tell you about all the problems. Now let me tell you how it got fucked up and how we can create something better out of it because it got fucked up. That was literally it. That's literally been the entire narrative. I think we looked it up. I think it's like a 20-minute video. Anna's video is a 20-minute video. There's nothing wrong with having nuance and multiple perspectives in a 20-minute video. I know that these people have attention deficit disorder and fucking social issues, but at the same time, most people have an attention span greater than fucking 10 minutes, and they can track multiple concepts at one time. And if you're not, you're kind of retarded. So, and you have issues, and you need to take drugs, and maybe get a fucking caretaker and shit. The fucking jokes that Vaush was making where fucking Anna, and by the way, if it seems like I'm being mean to Vaush and I was friendly to him previously and all that kind of shit, I'm not gonna lie. I'm sick of his shit. It's not because I don't like him. I like him plenty. I think he's an overall good dude. I think he's funny. I think he's weird. I think he's great. I'm happy he loves 40K. There's plenty of things. I would love to get a beer with fucking Vaush and play a game of 40K and shit talk. I think that'd be a great time. However, he fucking called her like a retarded turf bitch. He said that she was like a dumb cunt. Maybe I said that. Let's be real here. I'm probably putting words in his mouth because I don't even know if he uses the C word. I use the C word though. But all over the fact that what? You are okay with NGOs and she isn't? If you look at her policies on paper, they are still wildly progressive. And where you differ is extremely small. But you're blowing up her framing as a problem because you started watching it without researching it or pre-watching it, which, by the way, would probably make your content better, not worse. And so you have to triple down on a bad assertion. It's bad content. It's bad for your social movement. It's bad for creators. Don't triple down on an incorrect perspective. It's fucking crazy. Jesus. Okay, so Timber Lodge says he goes over news stories all the time, my man. So, you're right. You are so right. You bring me to a point, Timber Lodge. What is more compelling as content? Taking something that you think is bad, taking something that you think is good, telling people that they don't know some bad things about it, relaying those bad things, and then bringing it back to being good. Is that more compelling as a think piece for consumption than dryly relaying all of your perspectives up front? Just think about that for 1 second, and I want you to answer me honestly, Timber Lodge. What is more compelling? Taking something that you previously thought was good, relaying that there might be some problems with it that you as a consumer should consider, and then bringing it back to something good. Is that a more compelling watch than somebody just giving you everything in the first 2 minutes in a dry fashion? What's more interesting? What gets more clicks? What gets more engagement? What gets more comments? You already know the fucking answer. So Vaush is actually shit-talking the Young Turks, not off of anything substantive, not off of policy. He's shit-talking them based off of rhetoric and like narrative building. It has nothing to do with policy.
This would be like getting upset because like you're mad that somebody's going to be getting a refrigerator because you don't think the fridge will work, and the reason you don't think the fridge will work is because you have that fridge and you shot it 50 times with a gun and now it doesn't work.
Oh my God.
And they're buying like a new fridge. They're like, oh well, I like the fridge, and they're buying the fridge. You're like, well, no, the fridge doesn't work. There are 50 holes in the fridge. That's not their problem.
In Oregon, where the policy took effect in early 2021, openly citing Portugal as a model, attempts to funnel people with addiction from jail to rehabilitation have had a rough start.
To be clear, I don't know how good of a job Oregon has done with their program. Just because they're citing Portugal as a model does not mean they're doing a good job of implementing the program.
That's what she's saying.
Police
Vaush
have shown little interest in handing out toothless citations for drug use. Grants for treatment have lagged. I would really emphasize that part. And extremely few people are seeking voluntary rehabilitation.
She's talking about the funding.
Meanwhile, overdoses this year in Portland, the state's largest city.
Are we going to acknowledge that? Are we going to acknowledge that? I would love to fucking eat crow. Please acknowledge that she just talked about the funding, Vaush. I would fucking love it if you acknowledge that.
Have surged 46%.
Well, it sounds like the policy isn't being implemented pretty well. I like how the first problem with the policy is that the cops are bastards. Literally, like, cops want to beat addicts. They don't want to, like, help them. So problem number one is that, like, the cops are scum and they won't do anything good for the community.
Bitch.
I believe that. That is, by the way, that actually is a real problem with any kind of rehabilitative drug policy in America, which is that we have, like, the worst cops. Like, I'm sure Portuguese cops are bad because they're cops and all, but, like, U.S. cops are a whole other thing, right? So a big problem here is that our cops are evil and hateful people. And that will impede.
I forget that Vaush's audience is fucking 14 and retarded, and they need a fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain to fucking give him dollary dues. I forgot. My bad. I forgot that you have to take an entire class of people, most of whom literally wake up every single day, put on body armor and a fucking gun. They drive around in fucking cities in order to make sure that people don't get fucking burgled. They go arrest people who are committing fucking violent crimes. And you're right, the drug war is fucked up. And you know what? Most cops think the drug war is fucked up because it wastes time and resources. So literally, like half the people that are a part of the system agree that the system is broken. And you could get their buy-in for reform, but you need a Saturday morning cartoon villain. I forgot that Vaush's fucking audience is 14 years old, retarded, and needs a clear villain in order to build a fucking narrative so they'll give him fucking donos and views. It's fucking sad to me, man. It's actually sad. And this is the reason. I'm actually really sad. I'm not kidding you. Like I'm literally tearing up a little bit. And this is why. I view Vaush as a talented person. I genuinely do. Like I think you cannot reach his level of success. You cannot get 400,000 subs, 5 to 15K live viewers, and like a shitload of cash without being a talented person. So he's rhetorically gifted. He's intelligent. He is capable of reading at times, even though he seems to not apply this skill all of the time. He does seem capable of having some level of fucking verbal comprehension, which he does apply haphazardly, but sometimes he does a good job. He's genuinely a fundamentally talented person. So the fact that he is wasting his talent, jerking off 14-year-old fucking MLs and ANCOMs and lip socks in order to give him $20 fucking dues so they can have a Saturday morning cartoon villain is actually... It's offensive to me because he is wasting his potential. He is wasting his intelligence and his rhetoric and his gifts by jerking off fucking retarded people online for dollary dues. It's fucking sad. that this is actually like I'm not even angry. I'm fucking sad. I'm what do you do with this? He's ignoring everything Anna said. What do I do with that? Right? What do I do with that? Right? I could reach out to him for a fucking for a fucking debate. He would be like, oh, you know what? I'm not really interested. All right, so we can't have a conversation about this. So we're not going to have a conversation about this. You're only going to have me fucking on when it's convenient to you, which I understand. You don't want to grow people who are in a rival ideological faction. Understood. And I'm not the most popular guy on the world. You know, my 40K stuff does better than my political stuff. Granted. All this is granted. But you know why Destiny, everybody fucking dick sucks Destiny? It's because he's accessible. He's a cruel bastard who can just absolutely rhetorically eviscerate people in some of the worst ways possible, but he's accessible. And so as a result, it's viewed as a public gift that he is willing to talk to people. Vaush doesn't do that. He literally drags on schizophrenics so he can beat them for his fucking audience of retards. That's the only debates that I've seen him do probably in the past fucking 2 years is drag on schizos so he can beat up fucking retarded people. And then now, this, for me, this is actually like, this is a steep decline from the Vaush that I used to know and love. The content that I used to know and love. Because, honestly, I disagreed with him all the fucking time. I disagreed with him all the fucking time. But I actually found, like, interesting, well-articulated, novel conceptions in his rhetoric that was capable of provoking thought and was well delivered. And I just don't get that with this. I get him literally mislistening to somebody who agrees with him ideologically 99% so he can shred them so he can get a bunch of fucking 14-year-olds with daddy and mommy's credit card to send him fucking super chats. I'll stop ranting, but like I'm fucking sad, man. That it's like it actually, it hurts my feelings. It really does. I'm sad. I'm sad. I think it's wasted potential. I think it's wasted gifts.
A lot. I just out of curiosity, Oregon drug decriminalization. The drug war costs a lot of money. If you want to really commit to undoing that damage with drug decriminalization policies, you need to be willing to spend a lot of time and money on it. It's worth spending a lot of time and money on, in my opinion. But it's not something you can fix with like a little change. Like it's a commitment. It's a huge commitment. Let's see.
So where's the disagreement? Where does Anna disagree with you? Substantively.
New research report on Oregon's drug decriminalization law. DATRA. It's called DATRA. Decriminalize personal possession. In lieu of arrests, Oregon implemented a low-fine Class C violation. Expanding funding for services for people who use drugs, the allocation of $302 million from marijuana tax revenue to county-level organizations and tribal partners. The low-barrier substances, leading government process with community advisory council that includes people most impacted by the harm.
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the funding for the Portuguese program, which I think has a population of fucking 10 million, wasn't it 80 million? Was it 80 billion or was it 80 million? What's the GDP of Portugal? That'll answer that question pretty quick. So, Portugal only has a GDP of 253 billion. So there's no way they spent 80 billion on drugs. They spent 80 million, obviously. So, all right, so they spent a budget of 80 million. So Oregon has a budget of 302 million. Portugal population is 10 million. Oregon population is 4 million. That stings. So we spend triple for worse results. That's good. I love spending triple for worse results. God. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Where we can spend triple the price for homeless men to pee. Wow. Brutal.
Harm of the war drug. Okay. So this program is being funded by taxes and all the legal weed that's being sold. So that's cool, right?
That is awesome, actually.
Let's see. Does this actually have like outcomes, or is it just like a puff piece?
Okay, can we just admit right now there are two very small disagreements between Vaush and Anna. One is that Anna specifically thinks that rehabilitation is important. That's it. That's one minor thing that they disagree on, whereas Vaush leans more on harm reduction is an okay priority to have, and you don't have to consistently always be focused on rehabilitation. That is one difference. The other difference is that Anna does not like NGOs doing the work. She wants a government-funded organization to do it that will not be subject to the perverse incentives of an NGO, and Vaush disagrees. That's it. That's the sum total of their disagreement so far.
I think this is a puff piece. Let me see if there are any actual outcomes. This is oh, look at that. The Cato Institute being right, a broken clock is right twice a day, if you'll recall. Oregon's drug decriminalization needs to go further. Okay, so the Libertarian Economic Policy Institute is arguing more drugs all the time here and in Portugal. And that's cool. I agree. The problem, however, is that 110 did not go far enough. While 110 eliminated serious penalties for personal use, it did not legalize production and sale of drugs. Yeah, the Cato Institute is literally like, you should be able to manufacture heroin in your bathtub to sell at like a lemonade stand on your front lawn. They are very committed to their...
man. Fucking libertarians, I swear.
True free market. There are... The Republican...
Listen. I was a libertarian 10 years ago, but then I realized that I'm a statist, and I want arms of the state to beat stupid people. So I'm sorry. Sorry, libertarians, but vending machine guns and fucking bathtub heroin is fucking retarded. So, no, you missed the most important. Anna Kasparian blocked him on Twitter and doesn't answer his penis pics anymore. Fuck you. Fuck you and rude. Rude. Wow. Note Oregon budget 21 to 23 is 112 billion with 4 million population. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their GDP is. We could look it up. What's the GDP of Oregon? Sorry, we should finish the segment and move on to fucking Vaush being a cunt, and then I'm probably going to bed, but still. And give me money, by the way. You know, I love you guys, but Destiny, okay, listen. We got DGGers in chat. Sure, we probably got some BGGers in chat. I'm sure we got the regulars. I don't give a fuck. Regulars, they're members and all that kind of shit. So Jonah Boy, Christian Valeris, RC, y'all are all here. You're giving me ad revenue. Cole G, I recognize you. You're giving me fucking ad revenue all the fucking time by watching all the fucking time. So I love you guys. If you don't have money, don't give me money. But if you're giving Destiny money or fucking Vaush money or some shit, and just because I'm not more consistent, you're not giving me money, you got it backwards. I need the money. You want me to go full time? Vaush has got money. Destiny's got money. They're full time. Stop giving them fucking super chats. Give me super chats. I'm the poor bitch over here. I'm the person who wants to fucking go full time with my fucking 40K shit as a fucking engine and my political shit as a fucking side hustle. Give me money. Don't give them fucking money. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyways. Let's check out Oregon's GDP real quick. Oregon. GDP. 240 billion. Fuck me. They have the same GDP as Portugal. They have the same GDP, and they spend triple the amount, and they're having shittier results. That is amazing.
Party does not contain free market Andes anymore. They're all open fascists, you know. We have to enjoy this stuff while we can. Federal law still bans all possession of any amount of drugs. Right.
Okay.
Prohibition encourages violence because illicit suppliers cannot use the legal and judicial systems.
Oh, fuck the Cato Institute. Who gives a shit?
That's true.
Move on.
110's critics point out it took Portugal years to prepare by carefully shifting resources from criminal justice to treatment and recovery services. This has led some to say that Oregon has put the cart before the horse. Portugal did focus on treatment over punishment for a decade before 2001. Fines were the primary punishment given to drug users, and less than 1% of imprisoned drug offenders were jailed for drug use. Thus, Portugal, quote, primarily codified existing practice. Interesting. So this article is essentially arguing the law didn't go far enough, and it also didn't prepare properly. That a massive shift in drug policy can't just be done willy-nilly. It takes like a lot of time and a lot of preparation to shift resources as necessary. What's the difference between Oregon measures 109 and 110? 1.
And if you zoom out and look.
Okay, listen, I know I went on a fucking heartfelt rant about how I'm fucking disappointed in this content, but that's funny. All right, listen, that's funny. All right, somebody's asking him to break down the difference between the two bills, and instead of doing that, he just names the numeric between the two bills. That's fucking funny. That's a good moment. That's good. Good joke. Good joke.
Look at the United States overall. The numbers are stunning and incredibly tragic. So in the United States alone, overdose deaths fueled by opioids and deadly synthetic fentanyl topped 100,000 people in both 2021 and 2022. And that's double what it was in 2015. Look, people are dying.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You know, one of the biggest things we could do to reduce drug overdoses, by the way, is to go after pharmaceutical companies for prescribing people opioid painkillers for like basically anything, which then leads to them, you know, like getting addicted. People will get injuries or have like long-standing pain, and they get prescribed really powerful painkillers, which are addictive. They are opioid painkillers. That is what they do. Same stuff we made morphine out of, and heroin. And then fentanyl is just like a super cheap, easily available, easy to manufacture synthetic drug that like hits the same basic high and is more powerful, and then it kills you. It's not good, folks. In a proper system with proper, sort of criminal prosecution efforts and healthcare, we would go after the pharmaceutical companies for reckless overuse of opioid painkillers, and we would have the resources available to provide better services to people with long-standing pain.
And we need to find a way to reverse this trend. We desperately need to find a way to save lives without going back to overly punitive policies. Let's just pause for a second. I want to reiterate that. I do not want to go back to war on drugs, like overly punitive policies. They did.
But you talk like somebody who does, because you cite like fear-mongering narratives about the presence of drug users in your community and how scary it is. So what are your policies? What do you want? Because it basically seems like she's saying, guys, Portugal's policy has failed, but I'm not opposed to Portugal's policy. Like, what do you want?
Not work. They were not.
Oh my God, your framing around the subject is fucking, You're framing around the subject, despite your conclusion, despite you arriving at the correct conclusion, your addition was incorrect. Are you fucking serious? This is commentary? This is criticism? This is deserving of this fucking title? Are you shitting my dick? This is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous content. This is fucking dog shit. Thoughts on black people ignoring smoke alarms. It's real. It's real. Funny how I'm fucking shit talking his content and then I'm just saying something mildly racist, but let's face it. All right, I work in phone sales. Work in phone sales every day. All right, I talk to literally a few hundred to a few thousand people. I have 10 black people with black names, with black sounding voices, ignoring their smoke alarms for every one person that is white that is ignoring their smoke alarms. It is an indication of disparate outcomes and systemic racism. Boom, saved it. Progressive again, all right? You know, it's systemic racism that black people don't fucking change out the fucking batteries on their fucking smoke alarms. And they just listen to it for fucking decades. Fucking hell. What about white people ignoring car alarms? That's only in the city, bud. In the suburbs, people pay attention to car alarms. Oh, man. All right, this is painful. This is painful. Sorry, let's get through it. Let's get through it. We're almost there.
Not good. I do think that we can save this model, but we need to make some tweaks. The problem is people are unwilling to ever admit that something isn't really going as well as we thought it was going, or that there might be some flaws that we might want to work on.
Who is refusing to admit this? What is this imaginary opposition that you're referring to right now?
You cunt! She fucking described the problems with the existing dynamic, and you fucking shit pants and pearl clutch because she's a fucking conservative Nazi. You just did it! Are you kidding me? I'm trying not to get angry. I'm actually like, I'm furious. I'm fucking furious. That is retarded. Who isn't acknowledging the fucking problem? You! You just did it 30 seconds ago. God damn. That's either dishonest or fucking stupid.
That aren't talking about what is this a Twitter thing? Is this like people on Twitter got mad at me when I said stuff about homeless people?
I can't listen to it.
It's because they weren't willing to accept the hard, stone cold truth about homeless people and drug users.
As a matter of fact, I think I might be done. I'm going to go to the conclusion.
Economic. I know she. Like the top comments are like months. Yeah, I'm.
Okay. I can't believe the fucking balls on that. I can't believe his fucking balls on that. I really can't. I can't believe that he spent 40 minutes whinging about her framing and description of the fucking problems. And then she comes to a progressive solution. And then he's like, well, you described all the problems. And then she's like, we need to not shy away from the problems. And he's like, who's even trying to hide the problems? It's like, you bitch. You just did it. You just did it 20 seconds ago. You did it 20 fucking seconds ago. Are you shitting me? Yo, I'm gonna watch his conclusion and see if he cleans up any of this, and then I'm gonna check the comments. Because if the comments aren't checking this, then Vaushites are fucking retarded. I'm literally having a blood pressure issue over here. I'm actually gonna have a fucking heart attack on stream. It's bad. You should talk with Shoeonhead's boyfriend, Eudaimonia. Yeah, we talked about talking, but you know, shit fell through. We'll get together. I like him. I like him and I like Shoe. I don't care if they have fucking hot takes on fucking Twitter. I fucking love their stupid hot takes. You know what's different about their fucking hot takes? Is they're fucking stupid, but they're earnest. Their fucking shitty takes are earnest. And their takes that fucking piss people off oftentimes are, relatively speaking, shit posts. So, all right, anyways, let's just listen to him wrap it up. That was terrible.
Implement Portugal's policies in US cities and use Portugal as an inspiration.
Then make sure to fund your program properly. Right.
We just got to make sure that we implement it correctly. Because my fear is if we don't, if the policies fail, the pendulum will swing in the opposite direction, and we need to prevent that from happening.
Thanks for watching the Young.
Matt, she doesn't even at the end talk about what specifically she wants. I'm sorry, it's gaslight politics again. I just don't understand what.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'll try. I'll try again. Literally saying there's a gas leak while ignoring everything she's saying. Let's try it one more time.
Message intended behind this video was. I'm very confused. What are the comments saying? It's got like a 3 or maybe 4 to 1 like to dislike ratio. It seems like a lot of people are being critical of her logic, which is good. I'm also doing that. Yeah, they sort by newest by default, which keeps there from being. Have they always made it sort by newest by default? Because I feel like it makes it really, really hard to see people dogpiling them in the replies. Because like with all the shit Anna's been saying, like the top comments are like, you know, what the f are you doing, Anna? Yes, that has always been a thing on their channel. Okay, well, it's certainly coming in handy now. I just don't get it. I don't understand the incoherence. I don't know if it's grifting or if it's just poorly thought out arguments. I don't understand.
That was awful.
I don't understand.
That was bad content. Let's check his fucking comments. Standard pretend a successful social program doesn't work to fund it until it stops working. Claim you were right about it not working. Cancel the program entirely. Okay, this has nothing to do with what Anna said. As someone who's worked in harm reduction over a decade, I applaud Vaush and the non-drug using normies who support abolishing prohibition entirely. A free meal and offer to help me got off heroin, and I've gotten countless hundreds of the dependency since. A candy bar and complimentary mints is where it starts. Okay, again, not anything disagreeing with Anna. I'm an econometrician who cut his teeth on drug policy. Portugal decriminalized a very long time ago, 20 years ago. Thereabouts, attributing the explosion and addiction to something that happened literally 20 years ago is ridiculous, especially with domestic policy. Okay, so you also didn't pay attention. Econometrician. I love your job title. Thank you for sharing that with us. Do you have the ability to pay attention? Do you have an attention span greater than 5 minutes? It's super sus that she keeps saying liberal policy and avoids speaking about conservative austerity. All I hear from her is that the policy should be deployed to force addicts to get clean. Based. Really groundbreaking ideas, Anna. Nowhere has that been tried and monumentally failed. Are you fucking shitting my dick? She was literally talking about properly funding rehabilitation. All right. You gotta be fucking shitting my pants. I was addicted to heroin for 7 years, lived on the streets, homeless, surrounded by other addicts. Oh yeah, let's talk to you about policy. Some down on their luck, some of them have been made off the street. In my experience, the majority of addicts I met were medicating, whether that be emotional or physical pain. Almost every single addict I met started doing drugs to cope with some sort of pain. They're normal people that have chosen a bad way to cope, and I'm living proof that you can change in addicts. Okay. I'm assuming you went to rehabilitation. The thing that Anna wants to fund. South Portuguese, viva no Porto, nunca vi... Wait. Soy Portuguese, so I am Portuguese. Vivo no Porto. I live in Porto, or I don't live in Porto. Nunca vi as noticias que apresenta na nossa comunicado social. O que ela está a dizer, provavelmente não foi mentira, comparado com o resto da Europa, ou provavelmente temos com drogas in Portugal es minúsculo. Okay, so if I can translate this relatively speaking, he's saying they either live in Porto or don't live in Porto, but we barely notice the issue, the social issue. I'm probably translating that poorly. But we have, this is like 95% lies. Mentira is lies. Compared with the rest of Europe, our problem is very small or minuscule. Yeah, I speak French, so I can translate Portuguese. I'm a fucking genius. Universal single-payer healthcare, drug decrim, free higher education, so there are more experts to help with people. All right, no one in here is disagreeing with Anna. Do you fucking performatively disagree with Anna? Is that what happened? Was that performative? That was horrible. That was fucking horrible. Okay, we still got time. I got 45 minutes. All right. Let's I kind of want to watch this, but this is literally just Vaush gleefully enjoying the fact that he pissed off Anna. So I don't think that content is as important. This video was 20 minutes, and he couldn't wait like 12 for her to get into the fact that defunding was the problem, and he couldn't recognize that she argued for rehabilitation and governments being the people driving policy instead of NGOs. Literally couldn't wait for that for 12 minutes. The attention span on our fucking on our population is fucked. God damn. That was terrible. All right. Can we just take a breather for a second? Let's just breathe. Deep in. Deep out. All right. That was fucking awful. That was bad. All right, you ready to go back into the fucking shithole?
Here, I'll name a name.
Yeah, we can watch that another night. Let's watch this. Let's see if it's as bad.
Polite means not calling the person you disagree with the R word, which is what I was called, even though I've been incredibly kind to him. I've been open-minded toward him, even though there are people trashing him and accusing him of terrible things online all day, every day. But the
difference is that when people trash me, they're wrong. But when I trash you, I'm right. That's the critical difference. You understand? We're not paying debts down here. I'm just understand. Trash you.
Not calling the person you disagree with the R word, which is what I was called, even though I've been incredibly kind to him.
Okay, Anna needs to not be such a fucking Karen about this. Yeah, fucking retard. Okay, listen. Maybe Vaush and I will talk again in the future. That most recent video was unbelievably fucking retarded. That was terrible. Literally, like, did not have the fucking comprehension to understand that you were 95% aligned on policy and you literally disagree on 2 subpoints. NGOs. And I think that was it. Because you both agree that defunding is bad. Oh, rehab and NGOs. That's literally it. We've been at it for fucking a few hours now. We've been at it for fucking 4 hours, but holy shit. Literally could have saved you all that fucking time by saying that it was NGOs versus government and fucking rehab versus harm reduction. That was it. That was the sum total of the disagreement, and she's acting like she's a total fucking asshole. It's fucking crazy. Hi, Max Maddie, what's up? We're just reviewing leftists fucking cannibalizing each other, and it's probably going to give me a heart attack on stream. That's what we're doing.
I've been open-minded toward him, even though there are people trashing him and accusing him of terrible things online all day, every day. But
person with uterus language, would love to see more of you two in general.
is my mic on now? Okay. Polite means not calling the person you disagree with the R word, which is what.
Who cares?
So yeah, my hands are tied here. Look, basically, listen, okay, I want to be clear right off the bat. Maybe she'll even see this. I want to be clear. Got a lot of respect for Anna. I've spoken positively of her so many times, covered her debates. I think she's very intelligent. And it's really, it's the fact that I know she's intelligent that makes this so disappointing. I've said this before. I don't mind disagreeing with people, okay? It's incoherent, stupid disagreement that really gets on my nerves because I can't follow it. I don't understand. For those of you who don't know, okay, she's been on this, I'm not even going to call it an argument. She's having a meltdown, okay? About being referred to as a birthing person as opposed to what she did this like 2-3 weeks ago on Twitter and argued with people in just a really dumb way. Had a viral tweet where a bunch of far-right people were agreeing with her. Lol, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman who's had a fucking lifetime being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies. So
all right, so I don't give a fuck about Vaush virtue signaling about how fucking cool he is. I want to see the take that she fucking got annihilated for.
The young TERF, Anna Kasparian, is facing accusations of transphobia online after tweeting this yesterday. Quote, "I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this. SHIT."
Yeah, I think she speaks for a lot of people when she says that. The terms birthing person and people who menstruate and all that crap I think they're just terrible ways to refer to people. I don't like them at all. What? You're looking at me like you're going to push back.
Well, here's the issue. It is, of course, everybody's right to not want to be referred to those terms. I personally have never been referred to by any of those terms, so it strikes me as a little odd to kind of extemporaneously want to declare to the world what you don't want to be called when no one apparently is calling you that.
No one. It was in the Biden budget, used birthing people.
Again, I don't know why I would be triggered by something that is said in a budget document that I have not read and will never read. But look, if Anna Kasparian doesn't want to be called that, that's her right. I think the question becomes, we all have a lot of preferences, stated preferences in the world that we don't go on Twitter to announce to large audiences or really make a part of our personal identity.
What do you mean? Of course we do. That's what Twitter's for.
No, I have a million and one opinions that are none of business, and if I state them out loud, it's because I.
Yo, whoever the fuck this is, big fan. He's like, yeah, of course. I talk shit on Twitter. That's where I fucking post all my shitty ideas. Based. I love it. Yeah, they're replacing Sagar and whatever. Man. Yeah. Man. That was awful. I'm seeing all the comments. And all the comments are basically, yeah. Oof. Fucking brutal. Chat is fucking brutal. Yeah. So I mean, like, that's literally the take. So let's face this. Anna's a feminist. Okay? She's a fucking feminist. She doesn't want the identity of woman being boiled down to reproductive shit. This was a very normal feminist take. Now, I'm not a feminist, so I don't give a flying fuck. All right? Call me a person with a dick. Say a person who produces semen. Say a person who pays bills. The person who pays for the entire check at dinner. Call me a person who mows the lawn. I don't give a flying fuck about any of this shit. But obviously, like, feminists are way more fun. Yeah, call me a coming person. No fucking way. That is fucking awful. Man, the person who paints tiny men. The person who jizzes, no fucking way. Call me the jizz person. No fucking way. Yes, above average driver. we do that? We need to tweet that. That's a great fucking tweet. Let's go back. We're doing this. This is gonna be great. You gotta give me all the fucking the hot ones. But they can't be too vulgar because my parents-in-law fucking follow me. So I can't go with Jizz Man. Yeah, that's fine. That's my at. What? Do at underscore counterpoints underscore. That's me, you fucking retard. What's your fucking problem? All right, never mind. I wanted to type this on screen for you guys, but I can't. All right, so let's do this. All right. Hold on. Where the fuck did it go? Did I fuck this up? Where the fuck is the thing? All right, we gotta. Hold on. There it is. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna go to Twitter. All right, everybody, stay with me, okay? Don't go anywhere. You gotta help me with the tweet. All right. I'm a man. Please don't refer to me as a person with a penis and I'm going to write this even though I'm probably not going to tweet it. An ejaculator, because that would be like birthing person, like you give birth and like men ejaculate. An ejaculator or person or an above average driver. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support this man without doing this shit. All right, I need an inseminator. Inseminator. I think inseminator is a fucking that's a great term. Inseminator. All right, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it back to you. Please do not refer to me as a person with cock and balls. I'm a man. Please don't refer to me as a person with a penis, an inseminator, or an above average driver. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support cis men without doing this shit. I don't care if this gets fucking 10 likes. This is a fucking banger tweet. And by the way, like, this is how I fucking know, right? People can post the most dog shit tweets all the fucking time. 10,000 fucking likes, 20,000 likes, 30,000 likes. I do post dog shit, right? I post like 80% dog shit to like 20% banger. But I got fucking bangers. And so like, you know, the fact that I don't get more love on my fucking bangers, it's mildly disappointing. But at the same time, I'm in it for the love of the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm in it for the love of the game. So this is going out. 1:30 in the morning on a fucking Saturday is probably not the best time to tweet this. But you know what? There's no time like right now, okay? No time like right now. Oh, God. Yo, I wish, like, so Sean had never responds to my fucking DMs. She doesn't. Like, she'll like come into my comments, she'll reply every now and then, she'll ask me a question, she'll do this, she'll do that. She never replies to my fucking DMs. But I swear to Christ, like, all I need is her to fucking retweet that one, and I would be Gucci, you know? That would fucking, if people knew Anna, that shit would pop off. But, you know what? I've already asked her to retweet a few, she hasn't fucking done it. And I'm just asking for a little bit of algorithmic help from a friend, you know? Not asking for anything crazy, just go to the tweet. Click on it. If you think it's funny, click retweet. That's all I'm asking for. And by the way, some of the ones I sent to her were fucking bangers, so, you know, I'm not asking for much, all right? Oh, nice. Isn't an inseminator a person that works on a farm to impregnate livestock? Somebody tell Vaush. Very based. All right, sorry. Let's check this out. Let's check this out. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with this. It's just feminist.
Without doing this SHIT.
Yeah, I think she speaks for a lot of people when she says that. The terms birthing person and people who menstruate and all that crap is, I think it's terrible ways to refer to people. I don't like them at all. What? You're looking at me like you're going to push back.
Well, here's the issue. It is, of course, everybody's right to not want to be referred to those terms. I personally have never been referred to by any of those terms, so it strikes me as a little odd to kind of extemporaneously want to declare to the world what you don't want to be called when no one apparently is calling you that.
No one. It was in the Biden budget. Use birthing people.
Again, I don't know why I would be triggered by something that was said in a budget document. But
interesting. It was in the Biden budget. That's interesting.
I have not read, it will never read. But look, if Anna Kasparian doesn't want to be called that, that's her right. I think the question becomes, we all have a lot of preferences, stated preferences in the world, that we don't go on Twitter to announce to large audiences or really make a part of our personal identity.
What do you mean? Of course we do. That's what Twitter's for.
No, I have a million and one.
What a fucking Giga Chad, right? I already fucking said it, but this dude being like, yeah, you post your retarded thoughts on Twitter. Fucking Chad. Like, I haven't watched Rising, but this is a great take. I don't care that he has veneers and weird glasses and a better version of my haircut and a fucking cardigan with a fucking blazer on. I don't give a fuck about any of that. Fucking base take.
Opinions that are nobody's business, and if I state them out loud, it's because I have a political agenda, frankly, that I'm trying to address. And I think that the reason that Anna Kasparian is getting pushback, whether or not it would characterize as a transphobic statement, is a different question, and it's frankly not really up to me to weigh in on that. But the reason that people are expressing pushback is because they're wondering why, when so much energy is being devoted by the right to passing actual legislation that prevents trans people from getting access to medical care for living their lives the way that they want to do, one would center their own self and say,
it's not. I'm a cis person. Why would I have an opinion? I fucking hate that shit. Go fucking flagellate yourself someplace else. It's fucking disgusting.
That the issue here that should draw some degree of focus is whether on some budgetary document somewhere or some healthcare form somewhere, a term is used that I personally just don't like.
No, I don't agree with that. You can be upset about a lot of different things at once. If all you do is inveigh against the terminology or something, then maybe one would conclude that that's all you care about. But I don't watch the Young Turks regularly enough to know, but I'm sure Anna and the other hosts have probably criticized a lot of Republican measures, including the ones you're talking about that I myself have criticized.
Yeah,
it's okay to criticize them and also say, but look, the terms birthing person and all the rest are pretty, are not great terms. A lot of people don't like them. I see why people don't like them. I think they're very clinical and
oh my god, a clinical term. Oh no, it's hurting me. I'm like melting. Like, look, she cannot like it, and other people can think it's stupid to prioritize Henry. Look, here's the problem.
Empower people to be referred to as the way they want to be referred to. And lots of women are saying we want to be referred to as women.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is deeply hypocritical because there are women who are saying, I want to fight for the right to be referred to by my chosen name, not my dead name, to be called, to have use terms like cis and trans, to use terms like birthing woman because I am someone who maybe is a cis woman but postmenopausal or pre-menstruation, or there are words that are invented to.
Yo, but then woman would catch you and birthing person wouldn't because you're postmenopausal. So that doesn't work. As a matter of fact, I almost guarantee you, because I'm using my fucking thinking cap and I'm trying to steel man my opponent, the whole reason why Anna is fucking pissed at those things being used in a fucking budgetary document is because you're boiling down the entire identity of womanhood to be part of their fucking genitals and their sexual reproductive function. So obviously, if you're a feminist, I'm not a feminist, I don't give a fuck. Call me an above average driver or an ejaculator or an inseminator. I don't give a flying fuck. Call me somebody who mows my lawn. I don't give a flying fuck what you call me. But obviously, as a feminist, maybe you take offense to that. And she did. So what? Who gives a fuck? Counterpoints. Her point was that she didn't want to be reduced to being an object for reproduction like a farmyard animal and all the dishonest actors like this. Yeah. Exactly. The thinking saber cat. Precisely. I can't believe that you couldn't understand her point. Like, you're going out of your way to be offended by it. All BJJ wants you to know is that she's a good person. Occasionally, she wants you to know that you're not. She's literally never had an idea or any kind of solution. Nice. Well, and by the way, this is like, I do judge Bernie Sanders for having this be her fucking comms director for a long time. Like, how do you have a comms director that is this fucking stupid for that long? Jesus.
Cover real people who exist, including people who no longer identify as women, but who can biologically give birth because they were born.
If they no longer identify as women, we call them trans men. Right. We have this all worked out.
And sometimes, I'm sorry, this is like so niche, it's ridiculous, this is such a big part of the national conversation, but sometimes trans men get pregnant, and they prefer to be called birthing women. And when someone like Anna Kasparian tweets something like this, it is not just for personal preferences. It implicates whether or not the birthing person, the trans man who is giving birth, has the right to want to be called that. Yes, a clinical term in a clinical setting like the hospital where he's trying to give birth. Now, you can think that person is dumb, that trans men shouldn't exist, that trans men shouldn't exist. I don't think that you do, but a lot of people do feel that way, and frankly, that's what's underpinning their frustration with the use of those terms. Me, it has nothing to do with me.
I don't think.
Yeah, but that's not what's underpinning Anna's frustration. So they're associating transphobia with her, but she's probably just pissed that conceptually females are being boiled down to their reproductive function. That's it. She's pissed from a feminist perspective, not a fucking transphobic perspective. I don't understand how. This is why lefties are never gonna win shit. Okay, listen, I'm a liberal if you consider the Enlightenment founding and the Constitution of the United States, liberal governance. I am a Republican in that I believe in the Republic and I believe in advocating in its interest in furthering the Republic. That is the way in which I'm a Republican. I am not a MAGA dick suck. Okay? I don't like Donald Trump. I am a Republican. I care about the Republic. I would kill and die for the Republic because I think it's good ideas that have given a lot of people a lot of freedom and a lot of wealth and a lot of cool shit. I like the Republic. But liberals and progressives and fucking Irish Republican, yeah, fucking wish. Are they like the socialists or whatever? Are they fucking like authoritarian dickwads? Are they the fucking are the Irish Republicans like the giga nationalist pseudo socialist terrorists? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you know what? Maybe that's what I need to do. What do Irish Republicans believe in? But the point that I wanted to make, that would be funny as fuck if I started calling myself an Irish Republican. And it just meant that I was like a fucking giga nationalist, fucking gun-toting fucking terrorist. Irish Republican. Irish Republicanism is the political movement of unity and independence. This would be a hilarious fucking reference. Development of nationalist and democratic sentiment throughout Europe. I'm gonna have to read this on my own time. I'm not gonna punish y'all. I'll read the Irish Republican fucking belief and see if what they believe and see if it actually lines up with any of my beliefs. But that would be fucking hilarious if I refer to myself as an Irish Republican and people are like, "Oh yeah, you're a Republican." It's like, no, I like assault rifles. I like assault rifles and I hate the British.
Inclusivity should not be about erasing people who fall into the traditional categories and who are proud to proclaim themselves as men and or women.
I think that's
you can
fine.
use trans men,
I completely respect
women to describe people who fall into those categories. That's fine.
Anna Kasparian saying a term birthing person is, no one's ever going to call her a birthing person. She's a woman who was born a woman, who identifies as a woman, who's been very clear that she identifies as a woman. There's no world in which she's ever going to be somewhere.
Harvard Medical School might describe her as such because I'm reading a whole article on.
So again, the fact that someone uses the term somewhere in the world is not the same thing as Anna Kasparian going into her gynecologist's office and calling her a birthing woman. If that happens, I think that she can object and say that I feel that undermines my femininity, it undermines my status as a cis woman, and she can have that feeling.
Yeah.
But in a world where there's legislation being passed and the whole thrust of our legal system is to deny trans people the right to even be trans, to focus on these kind of, wait a minute, let me just finish this. The focus on this, I'm telling you why people are upset. This is not, no one's arguing that Anna Kasparian needs to be blocked from Twitter. I mean, maybe somebody is, but I certainly am not. Nobody, the point here isn't whether she should have the right to say this. The point is what the obvious implication of her coming out and saying this is. And look, she is making a stand. She wants to get the sympathy of people who similarly have an objection with that term. And a lot of people, and you can see it in the quote tweets of who's quote tweeted her and boosted her, Matt Walsh and Candace Owens and people like that, who have very much said that they don't believe that trans people should exist. They don't think that transgenderism should exist. They don't think that these people should be allowed to have any access to rights and privileges. And if Anna Kasparian is comfortable with people who are against these terms, not because they're cis women and they feel like it's weird and cringy and not representative of their life, but because they actually don't think that trans women should exist, having sympathy with her argument, then that's fine. And that's completely fair, and she can do that.
Which is
but
what
to
almost
kind of
guaranteed.
surprised that people are going to object, people who are leftists, who are very much committed as a priority to trans rights, that you want to take this frolic and detour down this linguistic path that validates so many conservative arguments. I mean, you can't be surprised by that reaction.
Oh, God forbid we validate conservatives. God forbid we consider any right-wing ideas. Don't you know that just being right-wing is fucking evil by itself? You can't consider anything right-wing. What, you think capitalism, you think mixed economy capitalism with a decent social safety net is better than socialism? What are you? Some kind of conservative? Oh, you think that people should have the right to free speech? Don't you know that people might use that in order to do hate speech? What are you? Some kind of reactionary conservative? Why are you protecting Nazis? Oh, you think that people should have guns? You mean the racist legislation that made it so only whites could have guns so they could oppress black people through slave patrols? Why would you side with conservatives? I fucking hate these motherfuckers, man. I really do. I really do. I fucking hate them so much. Yeah, you think capitalism is not that bad? What are you, a racist? I fucking, dude. Man. Listen. I told my editor this earlier today. I want working class and middle class people to be able to pay their bills, take care of their health issues, and retire. That's what I want. I want them to work 20 to 40 years and be able to retire and own their own property. That's it. That's it. I want normies to be able to get by, and I want them to be able to pay their bills. And then I want government to largely let free people do free things as long as they're not hurting other people, largely. But once your individual choices start impacting other people, I want the government to intervene on your ass and stomp you into the fucking ground. That's it. I'm like the most normie, centrist, statist person on the fucking planet, but I don't want a god emperor, not in real life. Like, you know, if the god emperor of mankind shows up, I'm pledging my fealty immediately, and I'm hoping he's figured out how to make adult Astartes, right? Like, if the real god emperor of mankind shows up, I'll fucking bend the knee instantaneously. But I don't want god emperor Trump. He's fucking lame compared to the god emperor of mankind. Are you fucking shitting me? I don't want Napoleon. I don't want Julius Caesar. I want a republic. I'm a Republican. Then, I don't trust the masses. I don't like people. I think the mob is fucking stupid. I don't like democracy. Like democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other forms of government. People should have a say in the governance that rules them, and that's what democracy does. But people are panicky, stupid fucking animals. They're very rarely informed. And by the way, here's an indictment of democracy from tonight. I'm just ranting before we wrap up. Vaush has 400,000 viewers. As a matter of fact, I'll just go to his social blade. I'm not going to show you guys because I'm not trying to fucking dog him if he's having an off month. But I'm just going to go to his social blade real quick. I'm just going to check out how many fucking monthly views he gets. Like, obviously, like, maybe 20%, 30% is fucking hate views. But 80% is easily going to be people who like him. He gets 7 million views a month. Okay? That is a healthy chunk of change. For every monetized view, and I do like 20-minute segments. His segments are longer, I think. But I also think he tries to average out to 20 minutes. For every monetized 20 minutes, and I'm assuming he's making up for it with like super chats and shit because he streams more than I do. I get $200. So he's got 7 million. So times 10. So 7 times 10 times 200. This guy is making $14,000 a month if he's monetized. So he's making 100 grand a year, maybe 150 a year. And 400,000 people thought his views were interesting enough to follow him. The people have taken him up on their shoulders and they have said, this is a representative of an ideology that we want to support with time, money, and attention. And yet we just watched one of the most dog shit fucking reactions I've seen in my entire fucking life, where he literally either did not hear or actively ignored somebody who agrees with 95% of what he believes. And that was a well-liked video. How can you trust people? How can you trust people if 95% of the people who saw that Anna video literally thought that was a good video? It's fucking horrible. What was my most recent debate? I think it was copyright shit. It's kind of cringe, but Lauren De Laguna was there, and she's based, and she's fucking funny. She was legitimately the funniest fucking person on that panel. So down below, if you go to the channel description, I'm going to go to my own YouTube channel right now. I'm just hanging out with you guys, so if you got questions or whatever, just post them in the chat. I'll answer your questions. If you got donos, give them. My PayPal is counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. Posting that in the chat. If you want to PayPal me. I could use the money. We're broken till Wednesday. My, we're like, I'm gonna get a healthy chunk of money this month, so I'm not like complaining. Like, I'm not like broke or anything, but I'm broke until fucking Wednesday. And yeah. So if you got money, I'll take it. Anyways, all right. So if you go to my YouTube channel, go to your channel, go to any of my recent videos. So go to videos, click on Until the End. That's my most recent Hell's Reach video. Watch that. Go down into the description. Click on the description. Down there is, at the bottom, it says socials. It says debate channel and political channel, debate channel, and media review channel. We have not done anything with the media review channel. We'll do it eventually. But if you click on the debate channel, that's the Counterpoints Coliseum. Go subscribe over there. I'll link it in chat. And you can see all my debates. And my copyright debate was literally posted 1 day ago. So if you're looking for piping hot, fresh content, there you go. It's 6:40 in the morning, RC. Damn, RC, go to bed. We're all going to bed. Wait, is Counter and Contra two different people? Yes, I'm a different person than Counterpoints. But there's a link to the Coliseum. Go watch the streams. Have a good time. If you like the streams, do it. Go check out that stuff. And then also go down in the description and check out the essay channel as well. Because I have essays in there. And they're fucking based. And I'm about to release one on American racial dynamics that'll probably get community noted by YouTube. So, yeah, it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. And then there's NPC dreams too. True. Those people are making shitloads of money pretending to be fucking robots. Oh man. Okay. So let's just summarize where we're at. Vaush and Anna. I don't even think I explained it. I think I literally just watched the videos and complained about the dog shit coverage. I don't even think I explained it because we never got that far. Which Space Legion has the most brutal introduction? I think the Blood Angels, at least from what I've learned from the lore, they were worse than the World Eaters in original lore. Yeah, but hold on, let's finish this up. So, Vaush, an intelligent, charismatic, rhetorically gifted man who has dogshit politics that I've always hated, but I've always found him funny and charming, which is why I'm so bitterly disappointed in this arc. I'm bitterly disappointed in the Fortress arc. I'm bitterly disappointed in him attacking a peer political pundit with whom he shares 95% of overlap. The reason why I'm so bitterly disappointed is because tonight we watched an hour's worth of content. I have not consumed an hour's worth of Vaush content in a long time. And then the reason why I haven't consumed a lot of Vaush content in a long time is because in the first 5 seconds of his video, he calls whoever he's reviewing stupid. And I just don't think there's that many fucking stupid people in the world. I just don't. Especially when I know the people are smart. So if Anna is smart, and if the first 15 seconds, Vaush is calling her a fucking retard, I am the FBI meme. I am taking my headset off of my fucking head, and I'm cringing as I fucking back out of the video. That is me. And so I haven't been able to engage with Vaush content recently. The Anna Kasparian drama blew up, and relatively speaking, I joke about it, but I like Anna Kasparian's takes recently, probably because she's moderating. I like that she's moderating. I like that she's looking at progressives and she's like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? That's great. It's great for me. It's great for business. Vaush, on the other hand, thinks that's terrible for business. So, he sees the birthing person tweet, freaks the fuck out, calls her a fucking piece of shit, then sees the crime thing, and then doesn't even realize that he agrees with her 95% and shit talks her for a fucking hour and doesn't change course when it's revealed that she's actually arguing for conservative, or not even conservative, she's arguing for progressive policies. Yeah. So.
Can somebody tell me how to undox myself on PayPal? I'd prefer to use that, but it sends out your real name. Don't know how to change it.
Dr. Zayas, I don't know. I'm sorry, you're probably going to have to YouTube it. Thank you for the dollar redo, though. I do appreciate it. Anyways, so Vaush decides that she's the enemy, and instead of trying to reconcile those differences or steel man or have a simple conversation or whatever, I guess she doesn't respond to DMs. That's probably why, to be honest. He probably tried to resolve it in DMs. She didn't respond, and then he got pissed. And so he just decides to go fucking scorched earth on her. And so instead of respecting her work, or steel manning her positions, or listening to what she has to say, he just calls her a fucking piece of shit. And you know what? I think that's a shitty and fucking scummy move. I think it's rhetorically lazy. I think you're jerking off your fucking audience. I don't think you're delivering good content. I think you're attacking an ally. I think it's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid and it's fucking cringe. And I've held back shit talking Vaush for a long time because we've had a good relationship. We have a good relationship in DMs. I'll be sad if tonight ruins it, but you know, it is what it is. And you can only be so fucking wild online before I fucking say something about it. That's fucking wild. It's wild that you have literally 95% policy overlap with somebody and you take issue with the way that they framed a fucking 20-minute segment on YouTube, and that's enough for you to fucking throw them to the wolves. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. Would you rather fight a hippopotamus or a lion? Fuck, man. If I'm unarmed, I think I'd rather go with the lion. I think the lion would actually just like fuck you up pretty quick with like the claws and the teeth and actually just like kill you and put you into shock. Whereas I think a hippo would fucking like stomp you to death or fucking maul you with its fucking gummy teeth. I think both of them would kill you bad, but I think a hippo would kill you worse. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Prager is the worst conservative, followed by the Quartering. I don't even think the Quartering has like political comprehension above that of a fucking middle schooler. I literally think he's a reactionary. I think he sees a black person in a fucking Disney film and he's like, ooh, YouTube revenue. Let's do it. I'm just happy Demon Mama is long gone. You know what's kind of sad is Demon Mama and I, we hit a good stride. She was a huge bitch to me in several debates, but through me being very rude in our first debate and then kind of nice in follow-up debates, we developed a certain level of professional rapport. And then we had a one-on-one hosted by Hans Varkier, and I would listen to her rant and rave and all that kind of stuff. And then I would give her my best arguments. And we actually had a really good conversation, a really good debate. I hate her politics. I hate them as much as I hate Vaush's. And I am sad. It does look like she's getting about, most recent month was 100K views. 100K, 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 90K, 80K, 40K, 15K, 30K, 51K, 90K, 100K, 200K, 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 175, 227. You know, it's not anything worth writing home about, but it's not bad. You know, it's let's say every single dollar is monetized, which I'm not saying it is. We'll just use my very rough, shoddy math. 200. So it would be 10 times 2 times 200. No, that's too high. That's more than I'm making. Yeah. It's only 2. 2 times 200. Yeah, she's making like $500,000 a month. Her streams are longer though, so she could make more money. And if she gets dollar reduce and donos, might be better. Yeah, but you know, she's no longer in the debate space, which is what I'm assuming you're talking about. What is Vaush being the bad faith little bitch he's always been? No. I saw some old streams. You know, I used to watch him. I used to watch him quite a bit. And he had some really good, one, he had some pretty good debates. Two, he had some really good articulations of like systemic racism or socialism or why progressives and leftists are cringe about, you know, being racist against white people and all that kind of stuff. And I caught those streams and they were good. I used to donate to him a healthy chunk. One, to get an interaction, but two, to try to prime him for another debate. And that didn't really work out, so I kind of backed off. But then I also just noticed that he was calling everybody fucking stupid. And I was like, not everybody you talk to or about is stupid. It's just impossible. It's impossible for that many people to be fucking stupid. This Vaush Simp will still watch you. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Well, here's a fun 40K. What space legion you do? Ice cream flavor straight up. I'm saying Ultramarines like vanilla. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, if we're going by legions for what people like, I don't even want to play that game, but yeah, Ultramarines like vanilla. I can't watch Vaush after the Professor Agua thing. He actually tried to gaslight and say we didn't label water. Yeah, I know. That was just meme through the pain. It's okay. It's fine. South of the border, they call H2O agua. And I think he called it aqua, too. And I think it's agua with a G, not with a Q. That was funny, though. Soren Axelson says, did I get it right? I don't fucking know. What was the last thing you said? Sometimes y'all just say some shit, like, randomly, and I don't know what the original reference is. Yeah. She's hanging out with Doe. Doe got pissed at me because I was saying that maybe her... No, not her. I was saying its manifestation of sexual kinks and personality might be an indication of mental illness, and we shouldn't be looking to Doe for advice on sex and family. It did not appreciate my comments. I saw the tweet. I thought about quote tweeting it, but honestly, like, I'm not here to like literally bully Doe or Demon Mama or any of that kind of shit. Like, I'm not trying to be mean to anyone. I just think some of these takes are fucking dog shit. Fucking awful. I hate them. So I'm literally just looking for my opportunity up to rarefied atmosphere so I can go full time and shit talk all the time, and then I can decide who I want to talk to. And by the way, I'll talk to everybody. I want to have an open door policy similar to Destiny. But it would also be nice if people of that caliber and size were like, ooh, yeah, I want to talk to Counterpoints because I can leech some of his clout. Counterpoints, have you watched the live action The Little Mermaid as it's actually like watching a kid's movie on acid as every pause is like a nightmare and it's probably the ugliest Disney movie has ever produced since Watcher in the Woods? No, that sounds great. I'll get fucking stoned and watch that. That sounds fantastic. I can't get stoned anymore, but you know, when my kids are older, I'll smoke some weed and I'll watch it. I'll let you know if it's a horror film. Yeah. Honey Badger beats them all. True. Honey Badger will fuck anybody up. I think Matt Walsh is the worst. Yeah, he's a fucking asshole. Yeah, millions of kids are... Yeah, we're talking about Matt Walsh. Millions of kids are getting fucking transed. And Joe Rogan's like, is that true? He's like, I don't know. And they fucking Google it, and he's totally fucking wrong. It's like, how do you shit the bed that bad? You're on the biggest platform in the country, and you just fucking say wild shit. That's where, for real, for me, it's like, some of these people are fucking stupid, and they don't deserve the platforms they have. They just jerk off a fucking audience. Vaush and Connor Bridge burn now? No, it's not. It's not on my end. It'll never be burned on my end, okay? Unless he literally comes out like defending like, you know, CP or something. I would never burn that bridge. Like on a social level. Let's talk about this. Let's make my position clear. I don't want or need anybody's clout. I want clout in the political sphere. Let's be clear about that. I want to talk to Tim Pool. I want to talk to Lauren. I want to talk to Destiny. I want to talk to Vaush. I want to talk to Brianna. I want to talk to Anna. I want to talk to Cenk. I want to talk to everybody. I want to talk to everybody. I want everybody to recognize the genius of authoritarian centrism. And I want them to come my way. Or at least I want them to listen to me, even if they don't agree with my politics. That's true. But I don't need it. And the reason why I don't need it is because, one, I'm still in the wage cage. And two, my 40K channel did better than my politics channel. And so I just went with 40K. And now we produce content and it gets decent views, and that's the moneymaker. Politics is a passion project. Hanging out with 70 of y'all on a Saturday night, it's a passion project. Obviously, I want to do it full time, but it's for fun. So, in my estimation, hanging out with Vaush, smoking a joint, playing a 40K game, and debating politics would be a fantastic time. I think he's a funny, thoughtful, rhetorically gifted person. However, what was shown tonight was one of two things. It was either carelessness, meaning that he was being lazy, and he just went with a framing of Anna before he even watched the video and then didn't feel like changing it later. And he's like, well, Anna's on the outs anyways, plenty of lefties hate her, so I'll just fucking shit on her anyways. So it's either laziness or it's malevolent. And I don't think that's cool. Either way. I don't think it's cool at all. I just don't. So, you know, that's more of a professional thing than a personal thing. You can still get stoned with somebody who does something fucked up at work. You still get stoned with somebody and play 40K with them and still think they're a cool dude or whatever. While at work, you're just like, hey, that was pretty fucked up. You know, I have the capacity of separating those two. So anyways. Seattle can kiss my entire ass. I agree with you there, Sephiroth. I agree with you. Yeah. What if my kink is mental illness? You're fucked, bud. You're fucked. You're gonna be dating fucking lunatic women for the rest of your fucking life, which is fun. And every woman's crazy, but you know, probably gonna reduce your chances of having kids. How can a deer know anything about human sexuality? Because they're not actually a fucking deer. They're a person. They're just, you know, retarded. Hey, Counterpoints. Would you ever do some lore voiceovers such as Wolf Lord Roa or the Roa Emissary in the future? I mean, I would, but I would need some direction. Idpool 101 is that a deer cannot talk on her issues. True. She's a perpetual victim, and it's so fucking cringe because she is so hot. Yeah, that is degenerate, but it's okay. He's funny at least. I don't get deer kim people, as there was this lady on Twitch Council who was eating grass on stream. I don't know if that was it or not. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, damage cortex, exactly. You don't have to look it up to know that millions is a ridiculous fucking number. Sniper Wolf, because at least XQC did the worm that one time during a debate. True. 100% get you, Connor. Very reasonable to talk and take on Bridges. Thanks. DSP Reacts is the worst React channel, period. True. Counterpoints. Are you still trying to do that show with Brianna Wu? Yeah, we're launching this week. We're probably going to watch the Republican debates together. So, the new room is for streaming with her. Yeah. So she's up in Boston. I'm down here. But I put all my... I don't want to show you everything, but over here I have another table. As a matter of fact, you can see the stuff back here. There's like a building that I just built. So I have all my 40K shit back here because there's enough room for it. We're going to get a divider. We're going to put it right here. We're going to get new sound equipment, new lighting equipment, all that kind of stuff. My bookcase with all the 40K miniatures is right there. I think you can see it there. And then I'll get more bookcases with Warhammer miniatures and all that kind of shit. We'll have a good time. So it's nice to have a bigger room. That other office was getting claustrophobic with how much shit I had in there. Actually, a bigger booster on YouTube is Dick Masterson, and Vito's biggest problem in the universe is it being lighter. You might find you'll get a wider platform, as a lot of the traction the Planet Awesome got on YouTube was crossovers as it expands the audience. Yeah, I like... I did one debate with Vito, and I enjoyed our time together, and I beat Dick Masterson by tattooing my chest for the Odyssey games. Very nice of him to let me win. And he was funny. He was funny as fuck. So, yeah. Counterpoints. Last thing I will say on Vaush, he's nothing more than an automaton. I don't know what that is. Do you think Vaush will just keep stagnating? I don't know if he's genuinely stupid or doesn't care to be better analysis because his retard Zoomer audience will seal clap at everything he says. I have no fucking idea, man. And by the way, again, I'll just reiterate it for the 50th time. I think he's intelligent. I think he's rhetorically gifted. I think when he studies, he can be fucking vicious. And I've seen him have good debates. So I think he is a talented person. Part of my depression, literally, it was heartbreaking on a stream, was watching him take his ability to read, his ability to comprehend, his ability to listen, his ability to be thoughtful, his ability to ally with people who are ostensibly with the same politics, and just shit that down the fucking toilet. That was terrible. Terrible to see. I don't like wasted potential. I think it's awful. Yeah. So Astronaut Farmer, I want to see Counterpoints on Fresh and Fit. One, I think that'd be fucking hysterical. I should talk to Lauren about that. I asked Destiny because I was gonna go to LA for Jubilee. It didn't work out. They didn't book me. It was very sad. Very sad about that. But I was going to go out for Jubilee, and I was like, hey, do you know the Whatever podcast? And he's like, they want people who date. So they have he's like, they got 6 retarded bitches, and they got young men who are dating. So Destiny basically called me. It's funny thinking about it now, but he's like, you're married, nobody wants to fuck you. He didn't say that, but he kind of said that. He was like, nobody gives a fuck about your opinion. You're monogamously married. They want fucking e-thoughts and dudes who are trying to date e-thoughts. That's what he said. Kind of. He didn't say that literally. That was my inference. And then and then I would ask to go on Fresh and Fit, but I'm assuming the same thing applies. They want 6 retarded women, and they want fucking dude. They want Zerka, right? They want somebody to fucking do coke in the fucking bathroom and freak the fuck out and use the N-word and call Abba and Preach pussies and call women whores to their faces. That's what they want. They don't want somebody who's rational, who's yeah, guys just need to get their shit together a little bit and then they'll do fine. Nobody wants to hear that shit. That's fucking funny. I want to say that. I think that's what their audience needs to hear, but they don't want to put it on. So, it's all right. I understand. I understand. I'm not sexy enough. I'm not exciting enough. It's fun. And start ranting about the Freemasons. Yeah, exactly. If I did more cocaine, if I was a flat earther, if I dated e-thoughts, if I promoted cheating, if I was fleecing my audience for every dollar they were worth for some kind of self-improvement program, then yeah, I'd probably be on there instantaneously. But unfortunately, I'm trying to keep my morality relatively speaking. I'm trying to be a decent human being, relatively speaking. Yeah. All right. URL and stream key, and it did not go live. All right. Parasocial love. Did you know Freemasons are neither free nor Masons? Yeah, that makes sense. Sounds about right. But anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. Thank you to the 50 people on YouTube who come and hang out tonight. Thank you to the 15 to 20 people who came and hung out on Twitch. I hope that despite me crying halfway through, because I'm bitterly disappointed in Vaush's performance in reference to that Anna React drama, despite me crying halfway through the stream, I hope you had a good time. Yeah. So, parasocial love to you and yours. We're going to have some good times. I hope you have a beautiful night. Christian Blaris, always good to see you. Jonah, always good to see you. RC, always good to see you. Beef Torkong, thank you for coming by. Soren Axelson, The Thinking Saber Cat, Dr. Zayas. Looking for anybody else who's in chat. Vegan Thrasher, Edward Grant, Edward Grant again, Damage Cortex, Meth Bear, everybody else, thank you for coming by. I hope you all have a great night. Bye for now.